You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday night, 11 p.m., May 14th, 2023. We're here to wrap up our case of Be the Detective, The Duel, a three-episode game. And it's taken us consistently longer than we've thought for each episode. We played episode 1.5 on Friday night, took us about 5.5 hours, I think, and then we thought we'd play episode 2 and 3 and finish it last night, but we ended up spending the entirety of last night's stream, 5.5, 6 hours, just finishing up episode 2, which we did. I was a little on tilt by the time we got to the end of that episode, but actually it had some ups and downs, and we'll talk about that before we start. I hope that we'll be able to finish it today. I expect we will, but who knows? Let's do a little bit of bookkeeping first. Obviously, I've said this is a 3-part episode. It makes no sense to start watching it here if you haven't watched the first 2, so feel free to leave when we get started with that. A couple other things. We had a very pleasant, surprisingly pleasant discussion this afternoon. I've now streamed 5 nights in a row for about 6 hours each night. And then today we had a double thing because we had our Dear Holmes play-by-mail game at 3 p.m. and I slept before and then after it. But we had a surprisingly good discussion this afternoon. We thought we were going to get the solution to our first month-long mystery of Dear Holmes. Instead, we didn't, so we just sat and talked. And in fact, we talked for 2 hours going over theories of the case. So hopefully we'll wrap up that next week. But whenever I tell people now about these games, playing them on YouTube, everyone always says, boy, you've got some real committed detectives there, a real committed hardcore group of, what was the word that was used? Thorough. That we are thorough. And I really feel lucky. Like, when I started the channel back with Greg several years ago, one of the ideas was, it's not clear exactly why we're doing this channel, why I want to do the channel, but one thing is with all of board games is there's some element of sort of finding your tribe. It's like you're finding your people. where you fit in with, where everything sort of clicks and you're like, oh, these are my people. And it's really been wonderful to find groups, a small set, but a group of people who we're all sort of together playing these cases, and it's really enjoyable. And I feel very lucky and grateful to have found all of you. And, well, I forgot the other thing I was going to say about that. I don't know, something important. All right, maybe it'll come to me later. Anyway, I'm grateful for it. What else do we need to talk about? We'll have to decide what we want to play next week, but possibly more of that Escape from the Asylum game, which we had mixed thoughts on, but I'm curious to try again. I did contact the company who makes this game because I'm really liking it for the most part. We've got mostly problems with the question and answer at the end, but the basic structure here of this game, the focus on dense, long textual documents instead of the props of Hunt a Killer and the puzzles of Hunt a Killer and Lovely City is really the sweet spot for me. So this is basically the ideal game for me. So I think I will probably buy the next game by this company. They only make 2 games. It's this one called The Duel, and another one called Adventure Park, Welcome to Adventure Park. Unfortunately, Welcome to Adventure Park is only 2 parts, not 3. And they're both of these, this is an expensive game. I paid $85 for this 3-part game. Welcome to Adventure Park is again like $30 an episode, so that would cost $60. But if it's of the same caliber as this one, I'm inclined to purchase it again, to purchase that and play through it if you're interested. And then they've announced on their website that they've got a new one in the works called Alone, about someone lost alone in the forest or something. So that's quite compelling. So I've written to them, asked them if I could purchase Welcome to Adventure Park as a set, the way I did this one, instead of each episode separately. Asked them if it had indeed completed, or whether that's the 2 episodes are out yet and they haven't made the 3rd one, and asked them about whether Alone really is coming out. So this is why I emailed them, because Pink says, I think it's 3 parts, but when I asked, it's not finished yet. Well, that's exactly what I asked them. I haven't heard back yet, but that's what I feared. If that's true, then we'll wait until they finish it. Hopefully we can give them some encouragement, some cheerleading to finish it. Okay, so there's a little bit of discussion about how this case is going to end. Anna says, I'm curious which will be really twins or someone was messing with the DNA results, or even an answer we haven't thought of yet. My gut tells me that if you were writing this, you probably wouldn't want to make a case where that was true. So I wouldn't be surprised if what we have is someone manipulating it, which gives more evidence to being Emily, who's now back on my suspect list. I took her off. First of all, I put her straight on. I was very suspicious of her. I thought she lied about where she was. Then I took her off my suspect list when I felt like she was telling the truth. And then when I tried to clear her, the game said, not so fast, don't clear her. And I think all of our complaints seem related to the question and answer and a little bit of the evidence for the question and answer. I want to encourage you all to keep a notepad nearby and write down when you've got your favorite moments, your least favorite moments, and any game design thoughts, critiques, suggestions. That's part of your responsibility as on this detective squad, is to add your comments to your thoughts of the game. Either post them on YouTube after we play, if you're watching this afterwards or whatever, or live when we discuss it. Okay, Pink says 2 weeks for the finishing up of that case. Well, I hope that's true. When we play games, we multiply the time it takes us to play versus the recommended time on the box by 3. And I think that's probably what you have to do when anyone says they're going to be done with a project in X weeks. You probably got to multiply that by 5 or so to get the real time. All right, what else do we need to talk about? I forgot to do my cheesecake testing on screen. I did eat my cheesecake, but maybe if I remember, I'll eat it here at the end when we do our wrap up. Let's see, anything else to discuss on my list here? Not really. Okay. So I've organized our documents into a couple of categories. Here is episode 3. We're going to open it. It's pretty thin compared to the previous 2, so I expect it'll be shorter. And I've organized our documents into 4 categories. I've got this, so we don't forget who we're working for justice for, Claire. And then I updated our questions of interest and wrote down the 2 pieces of information, the important piece of information we got at the end of episode 2. We've locked down her time of death to about 6:30 p.m. within 2 hours of eating the popcorn. That was our conclusion from autopsy and popcorn receipt, but then we talked to an expert, they talked to an expert, and they think, okay, probably we can be even a little more specific, probably around 6:30. 2 suspects were eliminated. Mac Lowry, the biological father she recently reconnected with, who was in London, and Butch Frankie, who finished drinking 3 beers at MacGuffers bar at 7:12 p.m., which seems to rule him out here, although I'm not thrilled with that as a alibi, but so be it. And then I've organized our evidence into items that I think we probably will never have to go back to. Things that I think were used for one-time stuff and we're done with. The insurance that implicates the father, various stuff, our introductory letters. So I put those in one folder. And then I put our things that we may have to go back to multiple times. We've got this letter that's got some kind of code in it that we didn't figure out. We've got the cell phone logs. We may be done with those, but these are a nice summary of everyone's phone number that we know. And that might help us trace their whereabouts. We've got our map, our marked up map of timeline, and then our original. So that's what I've got in that folder. Here I've got our mostly interviews reports. So autopsy report, and then all of our interviews from episode 1 and 2, and the death report about where the car was found. I'm still a little unsure about whether we should know where Station G is. We know it's 3,386 meters away offshore, but it's not clear to me whether we should know from that diagram where Station G is, which is a shame because it might help us since we know some people's locations. And then in here, I've got evidence that we may need to go through again. We may not be done with her journal. We may not be completely done with Ethan's drawings. That suspicious picture of Claire he drew. Newspaper. Probably we don't need this stuff again. But remember, here's the threatening note. If we can track that to a handwriting, that might be useful. It is interesting that this Y is a large Y, lowercase y, with otherwise caps. That's sort of stylistically interesting. We've got her photo of her with her ring. We've got people not liking Emily Cho. Amy Matheson's medical marijuana form. There's the text message with Ben where another girl's kissing his neck. So these are things that we may very well need to go back through. So that's how I've organized stuff. The one main thing we didn't resolve from episode 2 was the secret code in that letter. And it's tempting to dig into it because we saw from the solution to episode 2, there's a section of the hints that deal with it. But our plan was the web page seems like it leaks some information, both when we were chatting with the guy giving wrong answers. Everything seemed to leak information. So I'm a little reluctant to, I'm trying to forget what I saw. But when we look through this note, we notice these weird typewritten letters. They're on the front and the back. This is a copy I've made so that I could mark up the original. So I could mark up my copy. This is copy page 2. So this is the copy, right? Yeah, this is the copy. So I thought maybe it's on both sides of the page, and I thought, well, maybe if we circle it and combine page 1 and 2 typewritten notes, we'll be able to track it. But the big question in my mind was, when I wrote down all the letters used, it was like they're not all consonants, but mostly consonants that certainly no message jumped out at us from it, even if you combine the two, and they don't seem to line up. However, I think the big question in my mind, if you were police and you intercepted this, the big question in my mind was, are we dealing with a coded message, or are we dealing with some sort of artifact of this paper? Like, are we looking at, they're so faint, are we looking at typewriter keys bleeding through from a different letter? And if that's true, then we shouldn't be looking for a code, but we might be able to match this guy's typewriter up with another document, right? If we find another document that's showing the same pattern, then we could say, okay, it came from this guy's typewriter. So I'm not even convinced that this is a coded message here. It also seems like he's talking about stuff that is a little bit confidential. So he must not, it's hard to see how he's not afraid of this letter being public or being intercepted. So I'm not sure why he would go to the trouble of putting a code in this when he's always saying that thing about Claire, and he's already implicating the donors, pressuring this woman. So it's a little weird why he would go to the trouble of putting a code in here. Regardless, our idea was that we would open up episode 3, and then if we don't see anything that lets us match this, then we may double back and work on this. And let's see, the chat says, they told us in the beginning to call the phone numbers. Do you think we missed something, or is it still coming? Let's look at the new stuff first, and then we'll circle back. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, we know we haven't missed any phone numbers to call because on the website, it's got a section for phone numbers in each episode, and in both episode 1 and 2, it said, no phone numbers you needed to call. I think that may have just been to throw us off. All right, let us now open up episode 3. Here we go. So again, if you have not played episode 1 and 2, you should leave. We haven't written on anything yet, and I've already mentioned this is an expensive game, $85 for these 3, so I'd love to be able to pass it along or trade for it. So it'd be nice to not modify anything. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, our normal little sheet here, which includes a list of contents, which we don't worry about unless we get stuck or think something's missing. Let's read our welcome letter here for episode 3. Greetings, detectives. Claire's mother, Meredith, admitted that she was so upset to learn how Ben had treated Claire that she asked him not to attend the funeral. He agreed on one condition, that he could provide the music for the ceremony. Her parents accepted. In the end, they said it was a beautiful service despite the occasion. Afterwards, at the gravesite, Ben was seen placing a note on the casket before quietly departing into the woods. Meredith said she was infuriated and slipped it into her purse before the casket was lowered into the frozen earth. After reading it, however, she was not able to understand the message. Perhaps you can determine the letter's meaning. Love it. Claire's father, Robert, started a scholarship fund with the life insurance money. He explained that he only took out the policy as a wedding gift for Claire and her new family. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such a tragedy to unfold. That's a weird wedding gift, but okay. But we've already explained why we think he got the policy to take care of the baby if the parents were to die. Now that all the evidence is in, we still need to figure out who actually killed Claire. We have determined that Claire drowned at Station G on February 25th, 2017, around 6:30 p.m. But something odd has never been explained. When Claire's body was found, she was not wearing the parka. Where did that go? If you've not already done so, we need to construct a timeline from January to February. It might be helpful to flip back through Claire's journal and the testimonies as well as the conversations in this envelope. By adding the events to the calendar, we may be able to uncover relationships and ulterior motives that weren't apparent before. Interesting. I'm certain that if you can determine what happened to that parka, the answer will lead us to Claire's killer. When you think you've unraveled the mystery, meet me at whatever. Okay. Now, before we get into this, let's talk about the most wonderful part about yesterday's playthrough, which lasted 5.5 hours. And I believe we had at least an hour-long discussion when we got to the end, answering questions about who we could clear. And there was some disagreement among the group. Most people in the chat wanted to most people in the group wanted to pick the evidence to use for timeline to be... Is that a pen mark or something? Piece of thing. Okay. Most people in the group wanted to pick the popcorn receipt and the testimony for Emily, and I was pretty set on the eyewitness statement from the RAs saying they had seen her go in with her parka at 6:40 and then leave at 7. But something wonderful happened during that hour-long discussion, which is I realized that the timeline didn't quite match. I wanted to narrow her timeline to being seen alive at 7 p.m. when her car was seen driving away after the eyewitnesses saw her. But then I realized something didn't match. She got off the phone at 5:45, throwing away the popcorn, saying, "I feel sick, I'm going home to my dorm." And then she's seen walking in the dorm with her parka at 6:40. And the problem is that's an hour timeline between her throwing out the popcorn, heading to the dorm, according to Emily, and the RA witnesses seeing her. And they say they see her in a slightly odd way. Both people see her, but they see her while they're doing homework at the front desk wearing her black parka. And that's an hour-long time, but it should have been like a 15-minute walk. So that made me think that what's really happened is that Claire has been killed. That it was more likely that Claire was killed near the festival, and someone has put on her parka, snuck to her room, got her keys or whatever, or something, and then gotten in her car and driven away. And that would explain the very odd idea that she's gone home sick and then left 15 minutes later in a car headed south. That's hard to explain as Claire, but it's not so hard to explain as someone trying to dispose of evidence. So that made me drop the RA, and that seems like now, well, not seems like, it's almost certain now that that was the killer wearing her parka, going to her dorm. Because she was already dead by the time that person ended up in her dorm. And you might ask yourselves, we might ask ourselves at some point, what does that imply that someone could look enough like Claire, knows to go to her dorm? Why did they go to her dorm? If you think about it, they go to her dorm, and 50 minutes later, they're off in her car. So the question I have for you is, did they have to go to her dorm to get her car keys and get her car? Or was that where, that's presumably where her car was, because that's how they drove away. But is that all they were doing? Were they just going to her dorm to get her car? We know her car was there at the dorm because that's where it drove away from, I believe. And she was only there for 20 minutes, but that's 20 minutes. That seems like you might not need, well, that's not quite true. She's seen entering the dorm at 6:40, 6:45, and then her car is spotted on Main Street. So let's see. She's witnessed entering her dorm at 6:45. Oh, and then leaving at 7. So she was there for 15 minutes. But actually, look at what it seems to suggest. It seems to suggest the witnesses saw her entering her dorm at 6:45 and then leaving at 7, wearing the same black parka. And then it says later, I guess, a surveillance camera caught the car heading west on Main Street. So this sounds like she spent 15 minutes in the dorm, whoever this is, the killer. What were they doing? We don't know. But we do know they were driving Claire's car. And we do know that the car was found 20 miles north. And Tina says, when was the lock changed? The lock was changed after the break-in, and Amy didn't have the key initially. We've got in her journal the exact date of that. We could look that up. It was after the break-in where someone left this message. So she got home. She found this message left. She found someone had gone into her journal, and on that basis, she changed the lock. February 10th, she finds the threatening note. She called maintenance. They rekeyed the room. They can't buy until later tonight. So the night of the 10th, they rekeyed the room. Amy got home the next day, couldn't get in. Amy and I went to auditions together. They went pretty well. I mean, Amy is the one whose family lives up near where Claire's car was found, at least 20 miles north. Anna says, yeah, I was thinking the car keys, faking the accident far away, looks like looking for something in the room as well. We don't know if her car keys may have been in her room, but you would have to guess the most likely thing is that Claire's keys would have been on her. So why do you need to go into the dorm for them? What were you going to get? Don't forget also that Amy's comments about meeting her at the festival sound weird too. All right, so we know our assignment. Find out who killed Claire, and the game suggests to us that the key might be where her parka went. All right, let's see what we got. Aha. Parking citation. Hey, remember that we know Amy's car, because when Amy filled out her medical marijuana, we got her license plate. Can we see if that's something that's showing up here? I mean, Amy is looking very suspicious because of her interview. Let's see. So we've got her telephone number, and there's her driver's license, V415. Let's remember that. Is that what we've got here? Permit number. License plate, CHMP LVR. You know who that's going to be Ethan's license plate, because Champ is the sea creature. So I think he has a personalized license plate with Champ in its name. Vehicle left in fire lane, engine running with driver's door open. All right, let's consider this. This is on 2:26, 6 a.m. Okay, the morning after she disappeared. Interesting. Okay. What else do we have here? Let's go through these in turn. What's this? Detective Matthews. Someone's left a note for Detective Matthews the day after her body is found. Oh, this is the state cover-up, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. It looks like from one detective to another, a state detective is saying, ran across a camera mounted to a tree just east of Marshall's Point. Any idea who it belongs to? This could be Ethan's camera, right? Just east of Marshall's Point. This is how we're going to find out where Station G is, because Ethan has a camera near Station G, and I wonder if this is not telling us that this is where this camera is. Can we use this information to get a better look at the map where the camera might be? Marshall's Point, huh? Do we know where Marshall's Point is? Yes, look at that, Marshall's Point. I think this is telling us where Station G is. So he's found a camera just east of Marshall's Point. It sounds like we have found Ethan's camera. One of Ethan's cameras for Station G. Let me just look and see if... So we know it's in Burlington. That's Marshall's Point, where G is. And if we look at his cameras, we can see he's got a camera on Main Street. And then he's got a camera... It's not this page, is it? It's the other page there. Possible Champ sighting on Station G camera. Station G is there. I guess you might think that the traffic camera would be this one, but it's not a traffic camera. Could it be this one, County Road 41? Not really. All right, I'm not sure if for sure we can tell this is where Station G is, but I think we're being told that this is Ethan's camera. Maybe telling us that Station G is near there. I'm not sure. But clearly they're talking about Ethan's cameras, I'm guessing. All right, let's continue on our search. Someone is just clarifying the driver's parking ticket that this is Champ Lover. So yeah, that's Ethan. So I think these are probably both related to Ethan. Let's move these out of the way. All right, next up, a violin fingering guide. I wonder if this doesn't have to do with our code. Is that what we've got? I mean, our codes were Y's and R's and stuff, but this looks like code information. It's just notes on violin string telling us how to locate them. Different colors. Don't know what to make of this. Okay. Let Make some more space here. Okay, next up. Next piece of evidence. Public speaking 101. Claire, getting to know you activity, A+. I see. So Claire was taking a public speaking class, and now we're going to learn a little bit about her from this. My name is Claire Fontaine, named Claire by her real mom. Fontaine means fountain in French. Favorite food is homemade apple pie. Apples grown on 50-year-old trees, grandmother's recipe. In my high school yearbook, I would be voted most likely to get a full ride scholarship. She's got straight A's, she does music, she does AP courses, she's played in the symphony. If I could live in any era, it would be the 1910s. Why? Because of dresses and music. I feel most comfortable listening to music with headphones on. Something my parents don't know about me is where I came from because I was adopted and my papers were sealed. My favorite job has been as a cashier at a local gift shop, gift wrapping, and greeting people. We are told where she works. We might want to, in her journal, we might want to make a note of that in case it's relevant. Where Claire works in her journal says, I think Ben mentions it. She's a cashier at a fake Trader Joe's name. If I could learn a skill I don't already have, it would be photography. In 10 years, I see myself married with 2 kids. Wow, that's heartbreaking. Oh, look who was her grading person. Peer grading sheet, getting to know you. Ethan McDaniels, favorite food, New York style margarita pizza. I would be voted most likely to live in an Arctic dome. If I could choose to live in any time in history, it would be the 1830s. I feel most comfortable by myself. Something your parents don't know about you. I don't know. Favorite job has been AV assistant. If I could learn a skill I don't have, it would be surfing. Where do I see myself in Hawaii? In 10 years, Hawaii. And he's got eye contact 6, voice projection 5, performance 5, pacing 5, posture 7. So he's not a good public speaker. Okay, what's this? Here's Amy. I see. Let's see. We're suspicious of Amy. We've got a little bit of handwriting here for Amy, too. Let's keep that in mind. Amy Matheson with a nice long looping Y. Favorite food, Chinese. In my high school yearbook, I'd be voted most likely to wear corduroys. If I could choose to live in any time in history, it would be the 70s. I feel most comfortable near a campfire, so she likes the woods. Something your parents don't know about you. I got lost in the woods and had to build a shelter. Parents thought she was at a friend's house. Favorite job is a lifeguard at summer camp. If I could learn a skill I don't yet have, it would be gardening. Where do I see myself in 10 years? Hitchhiking across England with my BFF, my best friend. Maybe she was afraid she was going to lose her best friend, Claire, and so she somehow tried to break the two of them up. She's actually rated pretty highly on this. I like this system of helping us get to know these people, and giving it to us now is sort of heartbreaking. Here's Emily, our other suspicious person. Favorite food, Grandma's New Year's dumplings at Halmani's. High school yearbook, I would be voted most likely to get a record deal. If I could choose to live in any time in history, it would be 2013 when these were filled out. So Emily doesn't want to live any other time but the current. I feel most comfortable performing barefoot. Something your parents don't know about you, I can burp the alphabet. My favorite job has been taking my cousins shopping. If I could learn a skill I don't yet have, it would be cooking. Where I see myself in 10 years, on stage at the Paris Opera House. And look at her perfect scores. Okay, now we've got a new person we've never seen before. Shaylin Foster. Favorite food is banana bread. She would have been voted most likely to rank in top 500 in Overwatch. Oh, maybe this is a video game player, a guy. If I could choose to live in any time in history, it'd be the 1980s, the heyday of video games, perhaps. I feel most comfortable in front of a computer. Something your parents don't know about you. I stayed up for 2 days straight. Favorite job has been working at GameStop. If I could learn a skill I don't yet have, it would be day trading, where I see myself in 10 years working for a game developer. All right, and then mediocre scores here. All right, we've never heard of this person before, Shaylin Foster. All right, so one thing to really pay attention here is we seem to have samples of their handwriting. Here's Ethan, another big looping Y guy. Very specific kind of A if you're looking for styles to look at. Unless these are you know what? These are not their handwriting. This is the handwriting of the person filling this out. That's weird though. But they're all using the same handwriting, I believe. They all have the same Ys and the same Fs. It's actually the same computer font. F. Yeah, so it looks like the chat has beat me to it. Aren't these Claire filling out? I think you're right. I think this is Claire transcribing what people say, I guess. So maybe this is Claire's handwriting, and I guess we could double check that with her handwriting here. So yeah, let's look at it. Look, there's this very pronounced F, and that's the same Fs that's used here. So what we're looking at is all Claire's handwriting out people's report. She must, I see, got lost in the woods. Parents didn't know. Okay, so this is Claire filling out information about all these people. Okay, makes sense. All right. Next up, I'm going to save this for later. What have we got here? It's some music. Carnival of the Animals, The Swan. Camille Saint-Saëns, I guess, is the author. And it's a full piece here for violin and piano. Played in Adagio. What's Adagio again? This is going to be an indication of the speed you should play this. I think maybe Adagio is medium speed. It's not super fast, but someone in the chat can tell us maybe about the different speeds. There's legato. That's another speed notation, the style at which you should play this. My wife is getting very good at piano. I might give this to her to play. Let's see. It's too bad I can't give it to her now to play. All right. Well, it's for violin and piano. So violin at the top of these measures. Piano at the bottom. That seems like we might be able to relate that to this. But it's not clear why we would want to. Didn't they say they want this at their wedding? Let's see. So there is an entry where she's talking to Ben. I guess that's probably what Ben wanted the music to be. But yes, it sounds like Antina has remembered correctly. They want Aunt Evelyn's spinach dip at the wedding, and you could, and Camille Saint-Saëns' Carnival of the Animals. You could play your violin. I was listening to it last night, and I've decided you're the swan. Do you think it's happy enough for a wedding? This is Ben writing, and so here is that song that they were talking about, that Ben was listening to, that made him think of Claire. That's pretty sad. And this is no doubt what music Ben wanted. We should look on the back of these and make sure we're not missing anything. Let's make sure we don't overlook something written on the back of any of these. That would be a sneaky thing to do. No. All right. Not sure what relevance this is. Jonathan says we're allowed to use the internet and listen to it. Let's do it. Adagio means to play it slowly, says Antina. Okay, we're going to see if we can't listen to this. Okay. Carnival of the Animals. Camille Saint-Saëns. Okay, so here is a little bit about it. Carnival of the Animals is a humorous musical suite of 14 movements, including The Swan by the French composer Camille Saint-Saëns. 25 minutes in duration, was written for private performance by 2 pianos and a chamber ensemble. Saint-Saëns prohibited public performance of the work during his lifetime, feeling that its frivolity would damage his standing as a serious composer. The suite was published in 1922, the year after his death. Public performance in the same year was greeted with enthusiasm. Let's see if we can get more specifically with The Swan and maybe listen to it. I wouldn't mind listening to it on a site other than YouTube, because YouTube will flag it, but really it's okay if YouTube flags it. Cello and piano. I wonder if we could, ideally we'd like to hear violin and piano. Let's see if that comes up somewhere. Piano, cello and piano. I mean, cello and piano wouldn't be bad if we had to. Violin and piano. Here we go. The Swan, Camille Saint-Saëns, violin and piano. Violin sheet. I don't know what that means, violin sheet. Let's see what happens if we try to listen to this, though. Can you hear it? Yes, okay.
Do your students like watching explosions, cute animals, and
no,
awesome
this
science
is what I
experiments?
don't want. I have to find how to hide the audio quickly. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. I'd like to hear the whole performance, though, not just the violin. Well, that was pretty touching. That sounded like a pretty compelling piece, not something that you should be embarrassed to put out there. And Tina says, Camille Saint-Saëns also wrote the Dance Macabre, which was the theme tune to Jonathan Creek BBC Mystery Locked Room Situations. Interesting. All right, well, that was pretty sad to think about Claire and Ben were going to get married to this. Just sad. All right. And here, in fact, is the note that Ben left for Claire. Now, whenever we see some dark ink writing, it does bring to mind the threatening note. Any sense that these are written by the same hand? He's writing lowercase. This person's writing uppercase. They do seem to both be using a sort of marker, but not really. This looks like more of a marker. This looks like more of an angled tip pen that's giving you a calligraphic light and dark lines, where this is more like a big, thick marker. All right. Sad. All right, let's look at the note he left for Claire that he intended to be buried on her body with her casket. What has he left for Claire to be buried with her body? Claire, my love, you were right. I'm broken without you. How can something seem so right and yet turn out so wrong? This is a nightmare from which I can never wake up. What do you do when you fall in love? Blanks. In hindsight, I should have known about my parents. I guess I should have seen the signs, but they never told me that. Okay, so I was adopted. I'm thinking that these are words then that are missing. So I think we've got words we could fill in. Told me that I was adopted. All right, he doesn't want to spell things out. I feel so betrayed. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to tell you the truth. I just couldn't say the words to explain why I left. I couldn't run far enough away, couldn't replace you. If only I could have had the guts to face this and tell you, you might still be alive. I'm sorry for what I said about Anne. Yes, I named her after you. What can I say at this point? I panicked. Maybe when we meet again, you'll have forgiven me. I never should have used so-and-so, but so-and-so. It's all my fault, and I fear I've ruined her life too. People keep coming by asking about us, looking for answers, but I won't give them this whatever. No, I'm leaving this secret with you, forever and always, Ben. So, if you had to guess, it seems I was adopted here, so every blank is just a word, but no way to figure out what they were other than to just infer it. But what is going on here? I named her after you. I'm sorry what I said about Anne. Yes, I named her after you. Claire does have a middle name, right? Is Anne her middle name? Is that what's happening here? Either way, what's happening here? I'm sorry what I said about Anne. I named her after you. What can I say? I panicked. Maybe this is what he was trying to call and reach her and tell her about. But I never should have used, I think this is going to be the DNA site, New Leaf. I never should have used New Leaf. I ruined her life too. He's talking about the unborn child, I believe. I thought he thought it was, let me see what he thought it was, a girl or a boy. Look, he says, it's a girl, I just know it. I see, okay, so you're thinking, Jonathan's thinking he's talking about Anne being the unborn girl. I named her after you. What can I say? But what do you mean? What does he mean? I named her after you. Yes, I named her after you. Why is he telling Claire? Maybe he's just saying after her death, he decided to name the baby that's dead at this point. That's a little bit weird. Okay, but there's another page here. Oh, I see. Here are the words that are being, he's given her a coded message for some reason. But okay, so these are the words that we could fill in. When you run out of options, go back to what you know. History repeats. Sometimes life gives you two options, but only one will fit. Okay, so this is his code here. So we can decode this message, and we could get some hints by knowing that this is going to be I was adopted. So I think what we can expect here is that, you know, it's going to go in this, it's either going to go in this cycle or it's going to be tied to the music. So violin, she's playing violin, so maybe like we know this is an E. It would help if I could, I maybe ought to read music better than I remember. That's a G, that's a B, D. All right, so my music's a little rusty. My ability to read music, it feels like it would come back, right? There's the E, D, that's a G. Anyway, probably we can, it's probably the swan, but not sure, that is going through. And probably it's something like, it could be first finger, then second, third, fourth. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out, but we can certainly do this. But I'd like to get a copy of this before we work on it. And then when we decode his message, maybe we'll understand a little bit more. Some information. I panicked. I've ruined her life too. Whose life did he ruin, is he talking about? That's not the unborn child he's talking about, so who do you think this is about? A little bit strange, huh? All right, well, we'll be able to decode his message, and then maybe we'll have some more clues. Okay, I see we've got a bunch of text messages. We also were given, it looks like, the game gave us some calendar sheets to work on, to help us keep notes on. That's useful. They're not evidence, they're not clues, they're just to help us plan things out. So I'll make a copy of this too, for us on our next break. We've got text messages. Let's see what else we have. That's, yeah, just text messages and the intro. Okay, so the last piece of evidence, we have very little evidence in episode 3 that we have to work on. But we do have some text messages. Let's see what we've got here. You know what? Rather than go through the text messages, looks like there's not going to be that much evidence to go through for episode 3, so it may go much quicker than the others. Let's take a break here. I'll make scans and copies of the documents for us to annotate and decode, and we'll come back in 8 minutes and maybe we'll be able to wrap it up. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've scanned and made copies of documents so that we can mark them up. And made a copy of our calendar so we can mark that up. So let's put those aside for a second and go through the rest of our evidence before we start decoding Ben's notes. So it looks like the rest of our evidence is just text messaging. So let's walk through it together. Any thoughts before we do so, though? It looks like there's some real talk about his note about Anne. Who is this girl and whose girl is he going to ruin the life of? Yeah, very strange. All right, let's go through our other evidence here. So we've got, I have to remember not to mark this up. All right, so we've got Garrett Thomas. This is our GT person, remember, who was writing to the doc, I'm sure, GT. Remember GTS, the encrypted letter. Who is he talking to? Let's see. Is he recent talk with Cora Roberts? But he's talking to Ethan. April 3rd. This is April 3rd, what year? 2017. So after the body has been found, he's talking to Ethan. Let's see what he's saying. Hey, long time no call. Hope everything's been fine with you. 80-degree weather sounds pretty good about now. We got snowed in last week and Kate had to crawl out the second-story window to go for help. Just kidding. We're doing fine, but we're wishing you were still around to hang out. By the way, Kate opened up the paper the other day and saw this. Thought you might be interested. It's a link to the Vermont CAMS website. I couldn't get it to preview, so I hosted it on your site. Hope you don't mind. So Garrett Thomas, who I'm not sure we understand exactly who he is, but he's in the university and he was writing to our doctor, but the doctor is Kate, right? So is he hanging out with Kate? It's not his wife. His wife is Natalie Tessier. Oh, sorry, that's a different man, but this is the person who is trying to hook up with Kate, right? All right, so we'll want to make sure we go look at that. And it looks like uploads 2017 4. It looks like the April. It's an April screenshot. Well, now he's writing to Ethan, yeah, but this is the same guy. This is the guy, GTS. Oh, GTS Senior wrote to Catherine. This may be Junior writing. Any way to tell if it's Junior or Senior? We don't know. Let's see if we can't open up this link he's talking about. Let's see. Okay. VermontWebcams.com. It's a WordPress site. Uploads 2007 4 image 7233. If you had to guess, you'd guess it was made an image on the 4th of 2000 on April 2017, maybe at 2:33. I guess you could know the time. Let's see if it loads up or if I've typed it wrong. I couldn't get it to preview, so I hosted on your site and it doesn't seem to be loading here. What's going on? Surely it's meant to load. Did I type it in wrong? VermontWebcams.com, WP content. Uploads 2017 force image 7233. That looks right. I don't know why it's not loading. All right, we won't worry about it for now. Maybe he's going to talk about it. March 15th. Garrett, thank you for agreeing to help me out. Just need to get away for a while to clear my head and figure out what the future holds for me. All I know is that I just can't look at the lake quite the same anymore. I need to give it time, I guess. You, of course, know my username. Oh, now we're going to be able to log into his website. I see. You, of course, know my username. Password is just like I told you, my dream location and her middle name plus $, capitalize each word. Just keep everything up and running until I get back. I'm not sure exactly when that is. I haven't purchased a return ticket yet. When I do, I'll let you know. Okay. So this sounds like Emily's body is discovered and Ethan is going on vacation. He's giving Garrett, his friend, the login to his website, his WordPress website, so he can manage it. So we're going to be able to log into it now. That's why we can't just open it up, I guess. All right, so we wondered about this. We made a note. Can we log into Ethan's website? Sounds like we are going to be able to log in now. So if you click login, it wants username. Okay, of course you know my username, he says. Okay, well the username could be anything related to Ethan. He says, this password is like I told you, my dream location plus her middle name plus $. I think this is where we need the evaluation here. Okay, so we need his dream location. I think this is going to be where I would see myself in 10 years, or most likely live in Arctic. All right, where does he want to go? His dream location has got to be Hawaii. Her middle name. I think that's going to be Claire's middle name, which is probably going to be Anne. All right, where do we get a confirmation about Claire's middle name? Where might we get confirmation of Claire's middle name? I'm assuming he's talking about Claire, but he might not be. Catherine Delaney is the doc's name, by the way. I think we maybe need to make a note of that. Who can remember where we may have gotten Claire's middle name from? Autopsy, maybe? Life insurance? Let's see if we can't find it somewhere. Maybe even her website. There it is. Life insurance policy. Claire Anne Fontaine. Okay, so we were right to think that the reference to Anne was her middle name. So Claire Anne Fontaine. So we've confirmed that her middle name is Anne, which makes sense with Ben's letter. So we actually did need this information again. Maybe it was on another document as well, but there it is on the life insurance policy. Okay, so going back to this, dream location, her middle name, and a $, capitalize each word. So we believe the login should be Hawaii, and $. He's using a plus here, but I'm guessing that just means concatenate them, not an actual plus sign. Okay, and then the question is, what's his username? He says, you know my username. Is it going to be Ethan? Is it going to be Ethan McDaniels? We don't really know. I mean, we could try a couple things. Let's try, though. All right. Anna guessed Champ. That's pretty clever. Okay, so we're going to try a couple things. We're going to try Champ. We're going to try Ethan. We're going to try Ethan McDaniels. Champ is pretty nice. Champ Lover, or Champ Lover. Could be his license plate, right? So we'll try a couple things. All right. Why else would we have that? I don't know. Maybe we need his, the location of his car helps us know where he is. All right. Let's see. He says, you know my username. Password is what I told you. You, of course, know my username. We could also look at the comments. Long time no call. Keep in touch. Ethan McDaniels. All right, well, let's try a couple things here. Let's try Champ first. And now we'll try Hawaii and $. It's also a little confusing because there's no submit form here. So I'm a little bit confused. Let me see what happens if I turn off the desktop site. There's a button missing. Hawaii and $. This is a little troubling. The button is missing. Capitalize each word. I see. Capitalize each word. So you think that means only the capitals starting the word. Hawaii and $. All right. So this is a weird situation that the login button isn't showing. There's two possibilities. One is we could look at the source of here and see what the code is. That might give us a hint. I also got the impression that maybe as a fake website, it's actually meant to only show once we get it right, because that's what happened with the DNA site. Like the login button only showed up when we got this right. So I'm just gonna try a couple of experiments and see if it ever shows up. Yep, look. Okay. So we used a little deduction to figure this out. But we also had to use some little cleverness about that login button. I could see a bunch of people getting stuck here for a little bit. Okay, so very good for the channel for reading that better than I did, that we should only be capitalizing the first letter of each word in the password. And then CHMP Lover, all one word, is his license plate. I guess it makes sense that he's saying, you know my username because you've seen my car password. But then when we got it right, the login button showed up. That actually saved us a bunch of time because we didn't have to hit enter and get a failed login remark. All right, so I think we've got it. Maybe we write it down here in case we need to get it again. CHMPLVR is his username and password is Hawaii and $. All right. All right, let's log in here and see if we can see that photo. Okay, let's see. What have we got here? he's got some plugins in his WordPress. Weather 3D. Surely these are not actually clickable. This is just for fun. Okay, cloud ads for bloggers, video stream, update. This is all, these top things are not clickable. Now, warning, storage full, need more space, upgrade to VidStream Pro. These are all not clickable. But what have we got here? Can we click these things? Yes. Okay, look at this. So he's got photos from his cameras from February 24th from the different sites. Okay. And then this guy uploaded us something as well. Is there a way for us to see the thing he uploaded? I guess let's do these one at a time. First of all, let's look at all the items from testing site G. 224. If we click view, what happens? Why? There it is. 404, something went wrong. Does that mean it's run out of space and we don't need it? I don't know. Okay, let's look at the date of her disappearance. How about, let's see, can I use this so I can just do it remotely? Okay, let's see. Date of her disappearance, testing site G. Whoa, look at this. No audio. Whoa! We just saw someone walk in front of the camera. Did you guys catch that? Let's see if she walks back out. And we've got timestamps. Oh, that was spooky. What's the range on this? Okay, so it's a 1 minute total. We're gonna watch this full screen again with the parka, huh? Okay, so let's make a note here. This is February 25th, Station G camera. And it looks like the time starts at 6:29. 18:29. All right, let's watch it again. We'll watch it full screen together. And I'll see if I can't make it truly full screen. That's as big as it wants to go that way. Let's see. I guess if it's full screen, it's actually bigger if I do it this way. Okay, here we go. Okay, so she's moving from right to left. The video ends at 18:29. Let's see, when does it begin? Let me pause this here. It begins at 1828. So it's about 1 minute from 1828 to 1829. And she shows up around 1828-30, well, halfway. Let's see if we can't find her this way. Oh, didn't pause. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Now, normally on YouTube, you can go back a frame with the left, but not if you zoomed in. Let's see. Can we do it this way? It's unfortunate, and I don't have a good way to use a keyboard shortcut on this thing. Okay, there she is. I can't quite see it with this screen. Okay, so I can see it. You guys can see it, though, better. Let's see if we can't zoom up. Okay, so what does this look like to you? It's definitely the parka. It's definitely 1628, but is it Claire? Or is it Emily Cho? Probably this is her right when she was about to get killed, rather than... There's another view of her. Any more view of her we get? Did I get the best shots of her? All right, I think we got the reasonable shots of her. It'd be nice to... There we go. Let's just take a little screen grab of this. I think this is the best shot of her, yeah? As good as we got, I mean. 1828-30. She's going from right to left in parka. Seems like a little hard to tell whether that's really Claire or Emily, but it certainly looks like a woman's face, wouldn't you agree? Nose ring, is it Amy? Huh. That's very interesting. Is it Amy? Is it Claire? But if we think Claire got killed at 6:30, wouldn't this be more likely to be Claire herself? But that's a very good catch that that's a nose ring. Let's see. Where's our Amy? Where's Amy applying for her medical marijuana with her photo? Well, here's our picture of Amy. She doesn't have a nose ring. So why do we... But it could still... It certainly could be Amy. But is there a reason why we think Amy has a nose ring? Is that what you're thinking, that stud on her nose? Because that's not a nose ring. That's just a stud. Of course, maybe she replaced it with a nose ring at some point. That's a good memory, though, if you were remembering that she had a stud in her nose. Oh, she does kind of have a nose ring, doesn't she? Boy, how do you pick that up? Is that a nose ring? Now I'm not so sure, but boy, that's some memory if you've remembered. She definitely has a stud in her nose, at least. She might also have a nose ring here. It's a little hard to tell. Did we get wind somewhere else that she had a nose ring? It's definitely a piercing, though. Okay, so I'm going to write on our camera card, nose ring, female with a nose ring. Nose ring, question mark at least. Could this be Amy? What about Emily? Any sign that Emily has a nose ring? No. And Emily's sort of a goody two-shoes. I don't think Emily's got a nose ring. But Amy could. And Claire Anne Fontaine does not, as far as we know. All right. Now, I wonder that was the date of her disappearance and the time of her disappearance. Let's just see if we can see any other videos. Yeah, the rest of them ran out of space. That's a clever way of saying they ran out of space. Let's see, though. That was 220. Wait, was that 225? That was 225. Okay, let's look at the next morning, though, perhaps. Let's see if we can look at any of those. No, probably those are all run out of space. 227. Probably these are empty. Well, I guess maybe we'll check around site G just in case. Yeah. Now, do you think, the question now is, what about what do you make of this? What do you make of this? Opened up the paper the other day, saw this, thought you might be interested. I couldn't get it to preview, so I hosted it on your site. That's a weird thing, isn't it? Is that just a clue to make us think to check the website, or is there something we're missing here? 7233. VermontWebcams.com can't be took too long. VermontWebcams.com. Vermont. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have had the webcam. Maybe it's just VermontCams.com. Maybe that was my mistake. Did anyone catch that? Let's try this now. Ah, there it is. Whoa, that's interesting. St. Vincent teacher found dead. Remember our girl, Claire, taught at St. Vincent's. What's happening here now? And this is a little piece of evidence. What do you spot here? So this is Garrett taking a photo of a newspaper clipping and uploading it to Ethan's website that he thinks Ethan will be interested in. But I do notice off on the side that has he got like a Toyota car key? Like it makes me a little bit suspicious. And he's got an envelope here. Maybe this stuff off to our right is somehow important, but let's read this article. St. Vincent teacher found dead. Burlington. The body of St. Vincent Preparatory School's youngest music teacher was discovered at his home Thursday night. 22-year-old Benjamin Hathaway had failed to show up for classes for 4 days. It's Ben. It's Ben. Ben is dead by March 15th, 4 days after Claire's body is found. 22-year-old Benjamin Hathaway had failed to show up for classes for 4 days. That's when his students began to get worried. Fearing the worst, they notified authorities who sent officers to his one-bedroom home. When there was no response, one of the officers tried the door and made the tragic discovery. According to autopsy findings, Mr. Hathaway died in his sleep of a cerebral aneurysm brought on by stress and a rare mutation in the cystatin C gene, known to cause hereditary brain hemorrhage. Well, this confirms our worst fears that the two of them are brother and sister, twins, because we know Claire has that same mutation. And it can also cause brain hemorrhage, which makes you think that maybe Claire did accidentally, Well, she was knocked on her head and then that triggered in. Okay, Mr. Hathaway was recently engaged to Claire Fontaine, the young Burlington college student at the center of a missing persons investigation this February. Her body was discovered in the frozen lake 2 weeks later. News of Benjamin's passing comes just a week after Claire's funeral. He died of a broken heart, his mother told us. I know it was his brain, but really it was his heart. He will be missed. He loved life. Every year, September 12th, we head south to the Keys for his birthday. I don't know what we're going to do this year without him. Candlelight Vigil will be held at St. Vincent's Prep this Saturday at 8 p.m. to honor their lives. Wow, that's rough. There's Ben. Broken heart. That's rough. Assuming he wasn't killed, it seems like that's a natural, probably natural death. Woof, rough. So, in case it's relevant, it seems unlikely, but the article is probably from, he says, found this article the other day. So, Ben death before April 3rd. 2017 and Thursday night. So we could probably put a day on that. The Thursday before April 3rd, probably, if we need that, but we probably don't. Boy, that's rough. I feel bad for Ben. All right. So that's that. All right. Let's continue here. I've got some more information. More text messages. Let's look at this one here. Okay, so let's figure out from our records whose phone number that is that we're looking at. 555-8210 is Mac Lowry, the father, biological father. So someone is talking to Mac Lowry. Why weren't you at the funeral? Who's this? This is Mac. Mac who? Come on, Natalie, you can cut the crap. It's me. Okay, so this is Mac Lowry, Claire's biological father, talking to the biological mother, Natalie Tessier. And he's saying, why weren't you at Claire's funeral? I'm sorry, did I miss something? What is this about? Your daughter. I understand you weren't prepared to have a relationship with her, but I thought that you would at least have the decency to attend her funeral. Wait, I'm lost. I don't understand what you're talking about. I left a note at your guard shack back in January. Do you not remember that? You responded. How did you get this number? Your secretary at Animal Rescue was kind enough to help me update your number. Are we not on the same page here? Apparently not. I don't believe I've talked to you in at least 20 years. Let's just cut to the chase here. I know about your baby, Nat. 20 years ago, I was young and naive, and I let your father push me around. I thought I was doing the right thing by accepting your family responsibilities, as you like to call them. All of that was bull. That missing girl who died right near your house, she was your daughter. For 4 years, she's been living in Burlingtown, right under your nose. Claire was a beautiful, living, breathing young woman, not just some mistake. She was a real person. Nat, let that sink in. I could have gotten to know her, but you kept that from me all these years. How selfish did you have to be? I think we should talk. Call me. So this is actually very significant. What have you guys picked up? Anna says I have to go. I'll come back. Oh, it's too bad. Anna's leaving when it's getting good. All right. So what did you observe from this conversation? It's the biological father and the biological mother talking. But there is a very important piece of evidence that has come up here. That's right. The mother is convincingly did not get the message that the father left. I left a note at your guard shack back in January about this. Did you not get, you do not remember? You responded. And she's claiming she didn't get it. So now, why that's so significant for us is here it is. Here's the biological mother who's very rich. And look what it says here. I'm so blessed to live here, and when I'm through with it, the gauntlet will be handed down to my only son, George, just like my father handed it to me. So if this guy, Mac Lowry, leaves a note in her leaves a note for her saying, hey, you've got a daughter, and her only son discovers it, or maybe her husband, that would be a huge motive to go kill Claire, because Claire is going to cut his inheritance in half. So that's kind of huge. The fact that she didn't get it makes it seem like it was intercepted, quite possibly by George, the son. And do we think it's this? It's not Garrett. It's not Garrett. It's George. Okay. Hey, look at this. On Ethan's emails, I believe these are Ethan's. Ethan went on a date with Cora Roberts. She says, next Friday night? I know you're probably gone to bed by now. I just wanted to say I had a nice time. So it actually looks like Ethan has found a new girl to stalk. But actually one that's a little receptive to him. Something to keep in mind. All right, well, that would be the oldest. It wouldn't be the oldest reason to kill someone, but it would be an an oldie but goodie. All right, what have we got here now? A stack of messages from Karma Chameleon. Let's see what we got here. Sorry, I missed your call. That was a butt dial. Hey, I didn't see you this morning. I have a sore throat. Oh, that sucks. Hold on, 2 secs. Okay, I'm back. I had to leave Lefebvre. Claire is practicing today. I can't stand to be around her moping. January 27th, this is. Lefebvre. We're told about what Lefebvre is. Karma's Chameleon says, I thought she was quitting. Sadly, no. She's driving me up the wall. What's up? Why, what's up? Ben broke up with her. Ouch. What? Did she cheat on him? No, I don't know what happened. He got cold feet, I guess. Oh my gosh, I'm so bored. Hey, I have this tattoo I want to get, but I'm broke. Parents won't pay. Are you kidding? Not for that. I'm thinking maybe human. Oh, it's human gnome, not Gino. Human gnome. I wonder if that's Emily. We might want to try to line these two up. On my wrist, be kind. Well, we've got a handwriting some sample here. Karma Chameleon just sent $200. That's a big gift. Those don't sound like little kids. Huh, Claire's practicing today. I can't stand to be around her moping. I thought she was quitting. Sadly, no. This is going to be Emily Cho, don't you think? And then she says, what was that? A gift. Thanks, but you totally didn't have to do that. I'm totally doing a happy dance right now. What do you think? Nice. You'll never guess who is at McGuthers. It's Ben. Are you serious? Did he see you? Oh my God, here's going to be the girl that Ben hooked up with. Are you serious? Did he see you? He invited me over. And I said no, I'm in the parking lot now. What? You have to go back. You're cruel. I can't do that. Why am I cruel? They broke up. That would look really bad if she found out I was with him. Wow, this is heartbreaking. Why is that anyone's business? Well, I'm thinking. Don't think, just do. You told me yourself you fell in love with him the first time you saw him. All's fair in love and war. Go back. They were almost too perfect for each other. That was the rumor going around, right? Hey, not meant to be. Nothing will happen. But you're never going to know if you don't step out and take the chance. I know. Don't let her steal your happiness. You deserve him. I'm nervous. Go. I'll be here waiting to hear what happens. Bye. January 28th. Howdy. Well, well, well. Don't make me blush. On a scale from 1 to 10, ha ha ha, how bad's the headache? 13. Nice. Progress? Wouldn't you like to know, Junior? That's an interesting clue. Junior. Is she talking to George Jr.? Let's see. Hey, look what else I just noticed. In her direct messages, Corey C. Isn't that the person? Oh no, that's Corey Roberts. Okay, Corey C. All right, let's keep going. And she's got a hawk. Music and hawk. Okay, so on a scale from 1 to 10, how bad's the headache? 13. Wouldn't you like to know, Junior? I can't wait. And waiting. She says, my hair smells like him. Told you. Hey, I have to be working 45 minutes. I still have to take a shower. Call me later, okay? Okay. How are things? She's in love. How's misery? Claire, about the same. I skipped work yesterday to be with Ben, but ended up coming home around dinner time because he seemed pretty stressed. He has to go back to school on Monday. Prep work. Sucks. Too bad. Thumbs down. Auditions are tonight. Shall I say break a leg or what? Ha ha ha. What about Claire? Probably. She doesn't think of staying in Burlington after graduation, is she? I don't know, because that could get really awkward. So she's going to the auditions. We know there's 2 people that go to the auditions in this friend circle. One is Emily, but the other one is Amy. Amy or Emily's in love with Ben. Boy, it's looking like Amy now to me. All right, let's see. So she says, is she thinking of sticking around? If she is, that's pretty awkward. I was thinking that. She says, don't just wait for her to make that decision. Better to make it for her. This sucks. I'm stressed. February 20th, we're jumping to now. I'm stressed. What's up? Ben spent an hour on the phone with Claire this morning. She called when I was still in bed. All right, well, you know what that means. This is Amy, the roommate. Confirmed now. This is Amy. Amy is the girl that hooked up with Ben. Wow. Amy. That's rough. That's rough. And you know what? You know what else? This explains the break-in with the note and the journal, because no one actually had to break in. It was Amy. Amy just went into her roommate's room and left the threatening note and read her journal. There was no break-in. It's just Amy. Wow, that's rough. I have a sore throat. Claire's practicing. Wow. I wonder if you don't... January 27th. I wonder, I just want to look at, like, is she reading her journal? And is that how she knows they broke up? Let's just look at when it happened. So on the 24th, she's going to go to Ben's, but he isn't feeling well. On the 25th is where she learns that Ben called this morning and had a change of heart. '26th, she's calling Ben. 27th, she practiced at Lefebvre. Amy's gone. I'm sure she's probably tired of me crying so much. I try to hide it, but I can't help it. I'm a mess. Yeah, and so Amy has at this point been going through Claire's journals, left her a threatening note saying, get out of here. Your sins will be exposed. Also, I'll point out, she calls this guy Junior, right? We wonder who this is. But look, he's got a falcon, karma chameleon, and remember, don't they live in a nature preserve? The Picard estate, located at the northern tip of Marshall's Point. Remember, that's where the fake camera was found. It takes a small town to maintain this place. Handed down to my son, George. I just wonder if we can't tie George to this karma account. Let's keep that in mind. Let's continue reading. Sorry, everyone wants to continue reading. Okay. He says, okay, don't wait for Claire to decide. You got to take action to get her out of this town. I'm stressed. What's up? Ben spent an hour on the phone with Claire. She called when I was still in bed. I pretended to be asleep for most of it. What did he say? I don't know. Mostly that he'd moved on, but she wouldn't listen. She just won't let go. I would tell her myself, but there's only so much I can say. She's stubborn. She's making me mad is what she is. Then shut her down. Make her irrelevant. What do you mean? Maybe she just needs to go. Maybe she has a drug problem. We're talking about Claire, which is precisely why it would be so damaging. She overshadows you. You shouldn't have to be afraid of her. Don't let her make you feel guilty for being happy. In the end, that's all that matters. I'm not afraid of her. I'm just irritated it has to be this way. Me and her, her and me, it's all I can think about. This is so not fair. When do I get to have my moment without her feelings always coming into question? It's frustrating. Agreed. That's the end of these text messages. Let's get out our calendar and mark some stuff, because there is some important things here to tie in. If she is talking to George Jr., we should point out that by February 20th, he's already intercepted the note, we think, possibly. So he says, I left a note at your guard shack back in January. So sometime in January, Mac tells, or we have the Mac note with Tessier Estate. So if this person she's talking to, the Falcon Karma Chameleon, is George Jr., if he is intercepted and knows he could lose his inheritance, then by the time they're talking on the 10th, when he's really encouraging Amy to get rid of Claire, by this time, February 20th, he knows he may be trying to find a way to convince Amy to kill Claire, or maybe work with Claire. Maybe the two of them are going to work together to get rid of Claire. I'd really like to know who Karma Chameleon is. Let's make a card for it and write down all the things we know about Karma Chameleon. What do we know? He's got, let's see, check Jesse. I think junior is referring to class ranking. I bet Emily is a junior in college. That's an interesting idea. The username sounds like Human Genome, Emily's company. Human Genome, I know it does, but the gnome is Amy. That we know. So the only question we don't know is who is Karma Chameleon. So let's write down the clues we know. We know it's a hawk avatar. We know referred to as junior. I would disagree with the likelihood of referring to someone who's a junior in college. Why are we so sure that Human Gnome is Amy? We're completely sure. Here's one reason. Ben spent an hour on the phone with Claire this morning. She called while I was still in bed. I pretended to be asleep for most of it. She's her roommate. Amy and Claire are roommates, and here she is. Could not be any clearer that she's talking about that time. And Claire's journal confirms it. On that date, I believe, she's talking about how Amy heard me over talking and et cetera, et cetera. So she might have heard it if she was in bed with Ben. She called while I was still in bed. Oh. I suppose you're right. That's another way of reading it. Well, let's back up and let's take a fresh look. I'm glad someone called me on that. Was she in the room or not? Okay, let's see. Well, it's either Emily or Amy. I have this tattoo I want to get that says "Be kind." That doesn't really help us, I guess. Parents won't pay. Are you kidding? Not for that. I agree with you that Human Gnome sounds like Human Genome, like it's a thing. Be kind. So we might have Emily's handwriting. Maybe we could figure out if we've got some handwriting from Emily or Amy. Do we have Amy's signature on her form? Hey, look, we do have Amy's handwriting. Let's see. Looks like she prints. Guess that doesn't help us too much. All right, let's keep going. Maybe you're right. Maybe she was at Ben's house. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, human gnome. Okay, let's see. What do you think? So she got it. Did he see you? He invited me over. I said, no, I'm in the parking lot now. You have to go back. They broke up. It would look bad. You fell in love with him the first time you saw him. Okay, well, we haven't heard Amy talking about Ben. We have heard Emily say he's hot, though. So that would be evidence of Amy. Don't let her steal your happiness. You deserve him. Okay. You make me blush. He's got a headache. Wouldn't you like to know, Junior? I don't think you don't call someone their rank in school. So I think this might be that might be telling me that guy's a junior. Not a junior in school, but his name. Okay, let's keep going here. I have to be at work in 45 minutes. I still have to take a shower. Call me. Let's just see if we can't line any of these up with Claire's diary. January 28th, this is. Amy's gone. She's probably tired of me on the 27th. Okay. Still have to take a shower. How's Claire? About the same. I skipped work yesterday to be with Ben. Ended up coming home around dinner time. He seems pretty stressed. He has to go back to school on Monday. Sounds like they're almost living together. When did, I guess we could check when Claire confronts seeing them at the gas station. Okay, auditions are tonight. Shall I say break a leg or what? Haha. Okay, so this is either Emily or Amy. What about Claire? Probably. She isn't thinking, I don't know, because that would get awkward. I'm stressed. What's up? Ben spent an hour on the phone with Claire this morning. She called while I was still in bed. I guess you're right. If you read this, it certainly sounds like this person is at Ben's house. She wouldn't listen. What did he say? Chat says, let me see here. I do think it's Amy because Claire would not have moped to Emily. That's a very good point. John says, Emily doesn't have a job, so it has to be Amy. Where do we know that Emily doesn't have a job? Where did we learn that? Can you remind me? I love the idea of the fact that Claire and Emily aren't talking to each other, so that's very true. I think there's another reasoning that she never had a job in the public speaking assignment. Is that true? That's very interesting. Favorite job, taking my cousins shopping. And then Amy's favorite job is lifeguard at summer camp. Thought she was at a friend's house. Here's another reason why it might make sense. Because I think maybe she's here. On the 27th, Amy's gone. I'm sure she's tired of me crying so much. I think maybe Amy has gone to stay with Ben. Is what's happened. Although, here she comes. She finds the note. but I think it's just Amy. That would be another reason why it's probably Amy, because Amy has access to her room. Amy got home from work late last night on the 11th of February. On the 10th. All right, so we're pretty sure it's Amy then. She never had a job in the public speaking assignment. I don't think she brings it up in the interview. All right, so, but back to, we might be able to find her handwriting, but let's not worry about that quite yet. Do they sign their name on the interviews? I don't like how this department conducts these interviews. They don't get information about them. They don't get their signatures. Seems like a bad decision, but okay. Let's worry about that later a bit. I still want to, before we move on, Karma Chameleon, we don't know who that is, but let me point out, it's someone who's rich. They just sent her $200 on a whim. Right? And remember, the body is found near the animal wildlife preserve, which is where the mother and the son work, right? So are we figuring out that they've worked together? That Amy and George Jr. are close friends and they have worked together? John says, let's look up the article on Emily and see if we can figure out if she's a junior or not. I really think I'm happy to do it. But I really want to point out something. I have never heard anyone refer to someone as a nickname, junior, senior, freshman. Like, that is just not something that people do. Refer to you by your class ranking, unless it's in a very specific context. Whereas if your name is George Jr., then you would use that. You would call someone junior if they were a junior, if you've got a George Senior and a George Junior. Let's not forget we have to decode the note as well. That might have some big clues for us from Ben, but that's the last piece of evidence for us to work on. Before we do anything more, though, we need to take a break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. When we come back, we'll check anything you want to check on, and we'll decode Ben's message. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We are in the final stages of playing through The Duel by Be the Detective, and I am really loving it. I mean, we always have these little ebbs because when we get to the end of the questions, I'm not too happy. But we're talking about theories about who this other person, and I had another insight that I wanted to raise. I was saying back to the Amy versus Emily idea that it really feels like that's going to be a tattoo of her own handwriting, and we might be able to find her Amy's handwriting or Emily's handwriting to track down who that belongs to. But we can talk about in a second. I have another pitch for why I think this is George Jr. on the other end. So here are my reasonings. First of all, he sends her $200. So this person is rich. The second reason was when she refers to him as Junior, I don't think she's referring to a class, his class thing. I think his name is Junior. That seems much more realistic. Here's my third pitch. Think about that nickname. First of all, I think that's going to be a falcon from like the wildlife reserve that his mother runs or is near. I think she's has the wildlife preserve. But here's another thing. Think about his username here. Karma Chameleon. Think about the song. There's a song, it may not be explicitly called Karma Chameleon, but that's sort of the lyrics of it, right? Karma Chameleon, something like that, right? Who is the singer of that song? Do you know what music I'm talking about here? I don't know if it's just a joke. Karma Chameleon lyrics by a band called Culture Club, probably before your guys' time, but let's look at it. Karma Chameleon by a band called Culture Club. Desert loving in your eyes all the way. If I listen to your eyes, what would you say? I'm a man without conviction who doesn't know. Karma Chameleon. Wicked words every day. My love was an addiction. Our love is strong. Okay, so I don't know if the lyrics, but the singer for Culture Club was someone named Boy George Michael. So I think that's another little clue that she's talking to here is George Jr., George Tessier Jr. And I think what we've got here is that Amy lives 20 minutes north, where her family lives. I forget what her family does, but where the car was found. And I think George Jr., they may live near there too. I forget. Oh no, they're at the northern tip. So they live near where the body was found, but Amy's family lives up near where the car was found, and I think she's talking to George. It's Boy George, not George Michael. I guess those are different people. I thought it was George Michael, but still a George, which I think is more clues that this is George she's talking to. Be nice to know his age. That would help us. The other possibility for us tying it in is if we look at that encrypted letter message from George Sr., it might be that we find him talking about his son. Let's just look here. Burlington University, they got a donation. I think it's from Emily's. There's talk of your dismissal, blah, 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 blah. That's from George Sr. We probably want to go through our notes at some point to figure out if we've got more clues about Emily versus Amy, but George equals Boy George Karma Chameleon. Okay. So the other piece of evidence that we want to figure out, I guess there's two pieces. There's the note from George Sr., and then there's the letter from Ben. We should remember, though, that this Hawk Karma Chameleon, it seems like it's encouraging Amy to get rid of Claire. And we think we might have a reason why, if that's George, why he would want to do that, and maybe why they would want to work together. But we don't actually have any evidence that they did. The only thing we have is a weird statement from Amy about visiting her parents, which absolutely could be how she drove the car up. Amy does have a driver's license. If she drove Claire's car up to her family, her car would still be on the lot. We don't have any good hard evidence of who did what. Okay. We have video what might be Amy around the scene of the crime. You're right. We do have video at the scene of the crime at the time of death. Not only that, I suppose what you could say is we don't have any bruises on Amy, do we? But you could imagine that what happened was that Amy confronted Claire and told her it was her having the affair with Ben. And then they got into a fight. And then she got killed. And then Amy went back, got the car, and drove the body. Don't forget, there's marijuana found in the passenger seat of the car. So it could be that Amy took Claire's car and forgot she left marijuana, or Claire confronted Amy. That's all possible. It's a little weird that it's under the passenger seat, but that's not that hard to believe. Or don't forget, let's not forget, the person that Amy's talking to suggests planting drugs on Claire. That's the take-home message of what he's saying here. So maybe that's what Amy tried to do. Right? He says to her, maybe she just needs to go. Maybe she has a drug problem. And this and the reply is, hey, we're talking about Claire. She doesn't use drugs. And he's saying, which is precisely why it would be so damaging. So the marijuana in the car may be an attempt to frame Claire and make her look like a drug addict. Something to consider. Okay, let's go through our note from Ben and try to put together this. All right. So we think it's going to be these things working together. Let's clear some space here for us to work. All right, so I'm going to start out. This is what we're eventually trying to fill out here. Okay, I think the best way to start out is, I think that I'm going to guess that this is I was adopted. If I guess that, let us see where this shows up here. So, I was, double words there. Here's adopted. Any others, any other place where it says I was adopted? All right, so if this is right, then this is sort of F2, and this is F2. Like F2 is I was, F2 is adopted. I don't know what it means that these are doubles here. And it says if you run out of options, go back. Sometimes life gives you two options, only one will fit. G to D, G, D, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, E, F, G, A. Okay, my love, you were right. So, where's the card? So, do we think it's specifically this music? If we do, and it's violin that she played, that he said. So let me just see here. We've got G, D, that's another G, I believe. Or is that a B? Maybe that's a B. That I know is an E. That's a D. That's a G. So let's just see here. If it's G, D, B, E, D, G, would we expect to see G1? I don't know how to know what finger you're using here. Is this the finger here it's telling? Use the fourth finger, use the first finger. Is that what that tells you? If it is, that would be 4G. 4G would be halves or of a we are or my. You were right, my dear. We are. And then D. I'm not sure if that should be 4 or we should be going. Anyone not B2, A2? How do you know that? Does anyone know in music notation, is that the fingering information? Is this telling you to use your fourth finger? If I had to guess, I would. Can someone try to look up if that's fingering information? Then we 4G, 4D. 4G. 4G could be your parents. I love you were right. Your parents. 4G. And then I don't know how we're supposed to read this. 4D would be your parents' murder or your parents recall it. Maybe we don't care about the middle one. Maybe we just care about the ones that are indicated. How about 1B? Your parents hated would be a 1B. So would like to. Okay, your parents hated. Let me just look at the numbered ones. We have a 1G again. Your parents hated remorse. That doesn't sound right. I don't like. Maybe we should only use the notes with numbers. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I don't love that there's so many possibilities here. So 4G, if we just look at the notes with numbers, that does make our decryption quite a bit easier. So let's try that. So this is a 4G. Let's look at our 4Gs. At least that makes life simpler if this is true. So for 4G, let me just circle where I have my G's so I don't miss any. A 4G is either my, your parents, or we are. So let's try my. Maybe he's going to say like my heart. Okay, the next one is 1B. So my hated, like to, or starry nights. Ugh, that's pretty bad. Let's see if he said starry nights. Next would be 1G. My starry nights die, my starry nights halves, my starry nights remorse. That's pretty terrible. And it's hard for you guys to read it. I can see I'm going to have to... These erasable pens don't work too well on printouts. Well, I can feel a little bit getting a little bit frustrated by all these options. So let's try to slow down a bit. If this is I was adopted, I want you to note that it's twice using the same thing. G, G, G. So if this is G4, is there a way to do it all with G4? Your parents. We are, no. But maybe we've got two F2s here. All right. Channel wants me to check something. Let's see. Not all the notes. B, we have like two. We are like two. Third rows. We are like two. If we agree to use only the labeled ones, We are like 2. So how are you getting the we are? You're saying the B1 is like 2, and the G4 you're saying is the we are. Okay, so you're saying we are like 2. So you're saying we are like 2. We are like 2, and then our next one would be the G1. Ah, so that's our G4, our B1, and then we've got a G1. We are like 2, a G1 would be die or halves. I see. We are like 2 halves. Okay. Next up is, it might help if we just annotate this separately, but okay. So this is a C4, and then we have an A4. That's going to be C4 again. That's going to be D. Oops. We don't care about that one. Not D, that's a B, right? No, that is a D. Okay, continuing on. That's a 2B, I guess. 2B. 3E. 2E. 3G. All right. We are like 2 halves, which was our G1. Okay. Sorry that it's so hard to see. Okay, there's our G1. Then we've got C4. We are like 2 halves. Of a whole. Of a whole. Okay, we're making progress. We got it now. We are like 2 halves of a whole. So we know we only have to look at the numbered notes. And so that's simple enough. We could transcribe it, but since we're going to need to go more, I'm just going to focus on this one thing at a time. Let me annotate these notes here. So we've got a 2A. I can read a little bit about this. So there's a 2A. Then we have a 3, not an E, but a C. Then we have a 2E. Okay. Continuing on. We have a 3B. I never get this high. Okay, 3B, then a 2B, then a 1E, then a 2E, and a 3, what is that, a G? F, 3F. Then we've got a 4F. Then we've got a 2G, a 2C, I believe. And that's it. So there we go. If we haven't missed anything, there's our labeled notes. Okay, so this is 4G, this is 1B, this one's 1G, and everything else is labeled through it. I believe that's our labels. Okay, so this should be fairly easy now. That was very useful. I agree. Thank you. Okay, so we are like 2 halves of a whole. And that left us off at C4. Okay, so we're here now. Next up is A4. I am broken without you. How can something seem so right yet turn out so wrong? And now he's got a question here, which starts with A4 up here. So let's see what we've got. We've got A4 and then D. Is that that's a 1, right? Yeah, D1. Okay, A4, D1, starting a question. So, kiss or run away, person, my parents. So he's either going to say my parents or run away. I'm guessing it's going to be my parents. Let's see. Let me see. My parents would be our A4. And then D1 would be my parents love another. No. My parents, if only, no. My parents' broken heart. Okay, that doesn't work. How about if it was kiss, broken heart. Kiss, love another. Person, no. My parents, no. That is an A, right? Yeah, it's an A. A4. Okay, so if it's not my parents, could it be run away? Then run away. And then we'd need a D1 to go with that. Love another. My parents love another. My parents, broken heart. My parents, if only. That doesn't seem to work either. Person doesn't sound like the way you would start a sentence. What am I missing? What am I missing? A4D1 and then 2B. Let's try D1 and 2B. D1, 2B. So love another, rest. Love another, everything. Love another, we had. Is that definitely a B? Let me see here. No, that's a B. A4D1. There must be something I'm missing here. Where's an A4D1 pair? Kiss. Broken heart. If only. No. So it can't be kiss. Okay. Could the A4 be run away? So we have run away, love another, run away, broken heart, run away, if only. You can't start a sentence run away unless you're going to say run away with me. So I don't think it can be run away. Okay, what else do we got? Person. I'm confused now. A4. That is an A, right? That is an A. It's an A4. What A4D1 starts off a dot, dot, dot? We're looking for an A4, a D1. A4 and then D1. There's our A's. There's an A, there's an A, There's an A. D, D, D. There's an A. Run away, if only. Run away with another. Run away, broken heart. All right, well, I'm not happy about this. Let's see. Did you catch the blank on the second line of the message at the very end, start of the second line? Oh, I see what you're saying. Of a whole, you're saying there's something else that goes there. Two halves. So if that's our A4, then do we have like a heart? Let's see. A4 kiss. A4 person. I see. Okay, so this is person. Okay, so you're saying the A4 goes here for person. Good catch. We are two halves of a whole person. Okay. Then our next sentence doesn't start with A4, it starts with D1. So that's a D1. Okay, now maybe that's a little cleaner. All right, so D1. He could start a sentence with broken heart or love another or if only. Probably if only, right? So you'd have to guess if, sorry. Especially if a dot, dot, dot. So if only, that's our D1. Next up is B2. If only everything or we had. So it's either going to be if only everything or only if only we had. So probably if only we had. It's not here. If only we had, that's our 2B. Next is 3G. If only we had trial, wedding, never. If only we had never. That's going to be our G3. And then 2E. If only we had never. You do. Known. If only we had never known. If only we had never known, I guess. I don't love it, but it seems right to me. If only we had ever known. Okay, maybe we'll put a little question mark here because this could be something else. If only we had never. G3 could also be. If only we had never. Seems like that's really the only choice. Okay, if only we had never known. That's our 2E. Next sentence. This is a nightmare from which I can never wake up. What do you do when you fall in love? And now we've got (2A). When you fall in love, accident, could never, with the. I realize this is hard to read. That was our 2A. Next is 3C. This is sure going to be wrong person, right? 3C is wrong person. What do you do when you fall in love with the wrong person? Okay, so there's our 2A, and then sorry, did I do that right? Wrong person was C3C. Okay. Then he says, they never told me that I was, and this says 2E. They never told me that this has to be F. So what went wrong here? Two A's with the 3C is wrong person. So doesn't this have to be F? I was, this has to be an F. I'm not sure why. Oh, that is F. That is F. So I annotated that wrong. That's an F. Okay, so there's our F, wrong. Person. I was adopted. We need two of those, though. 2F. Sorry, this is so frustrating for you. It's a little bit frustrating for me, too. Okay, there's our 2F, but that's I was, and we need another 2F. But here we're jumping to 3B. I'm not sure. Maybe that just means that you could stick with F2. In which case, unless it's a repeating phrase, I don't see it. All right, well, let's not worry about that for now. Let's see if we can continue this message by moving on to 3B. I never should have used, this is going to be new leaf probably, right? So 3B, do we have a 3B new leaf? Sleep, corrupt man. Something went wrong. What went wrong? They never told me that I was... Could this be a 3B? That I was sleep, that I was corrupt? Is that what this is saying? Corrupt? Surely it's adopted, not corrupt. Well, if it is 3B and stands for corrupt, then we would jump to 2B here. I never should have used rest, everything we had. It's these moments that are frustrating. Does the instructions say something about repeating if there's nothing fits? It does say sometimes life gives you two options, only one will fit. When you run out of options, go back to what you know. History repeats. So maybe that is telling us go back. If there is no good option, go back to the previous one. So that would be adopted. And that would start our new sentence in 3B. I took that to mean when we get to the end, we recycle. Let's see. Never should have used. Can we get an F2 or a 3B? Three B is never should have used man. I never should have used corrupt. I never should have used sleep. Where do we go here? Is it all on the first page? Are we never supposed to go to the second page of the music? If we recycle back to the first page, we got 4G. I never should have used your parents. I never should have used my. I never should have used we are. Let's try circling back and staying on the first page then. And Tina says, I think the annotation was wrong. Does that mean you're saying you think I wrote it down wrong? Or does that mean you're saying that it's D, not B, do not circle? Okay, don't know what that means. It's D, not B, do not circle. Okay, don't know what that means. It's D. You think this is a D, not a B? Is that what you're saying? Don't go back to the first page. Okay, you think this is not a B. You're saying it's not here, it's one step further up. So you're saying it's not a B, it's a D. You're saying I'm misreading this clef, that this would be a B. You're saying this would be a B, and because it's up here, even though it's not shown here, it's one step up. So C and D. Okay, so if that's true, then this is a D. All right, let's try that. Let's try 3D. I never should have used mystery, rivalry, adopted. Well, that's not good. Those aren't good choices either. I never should have used rivalry. I never should have used mystery. I never should have used adopted. Well, if it's 3D and then 2D, what is it saying then? I never should have used adopted your friend. I never should have used rivalry, eternal love. I never should have used mystery, coerce. None of those work. What if we instead read that the D3 is for adopted? Oh, here you're saying this is the adopted. But we don't, I see, we didn't need to recycle around. This was our adopted, 3D. Adopted, okay. So then by the time we get here, we're on 2D, okay. 2D could be, I never should have used your friend. This is going to be your friend. This is going to be, he's talking about Amy. I never should have used your friend. I've ruined her life too. Okay. So 2D, your friend, and then 1E. I never should have used your friend. She meant That's our E1. And then we've got a 2E. She meant nothing to. She meant nothing to. That's our E2. And then 3F. Surely this is going to be me. She meant nothing to me. That's our F3. But now we need a 4F. But cost us, trip up, cost us. Is that not right? Is that not an F? 4F. She meant nothing to me. That's the 3F. And now, but, and then we've got a 4F. Trip up, cost us. She meant nothing to me but cost us. Cost us. Okay. 2G. Cost us of my. Cost us dual. Cost us before you. Can't be right. Okay. Cost us. She cost us. We're looking for everything. Oh, there's our B2. So this has got to be a B, not a G. I can see it is. I can see it's not a G, it's a B. Cost us everything. She meant nothing to me, but cost us everything. People keep coming by asking about us, looking for answers, but I won't give them this 2C. I won't give them this, the scandal. I won't give them this scandal. All right. Well, we got it. But that was a bit painful. Thank God for you guys to help find problems. Although I guess in time I would have worked out the bugs. But here we go. Let's read it together. My love, you were right. We are like two halves of a whole. We are like two halves of a whole. If only we had never known, ... This is a nightmare from which I can never wake up. What do you do when you fall in love with the wrong person? In hindsight, I should have known about my parents. I guess I should have seen the signs, but they never told me that I was adopted. I feel so betrayed. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to tell you the truth. I just couldn't say the words to explain why I left. Couldn't run far enough, couldn't replace you. If only I could have had the guts to face this and tell you, you might still be alive. I'm sorry for what I said about Anne. In other words, he's sorry he'd said to have an abortion. Yes, I named her after you. But what can I say at this point? I panicked. When he told, that's what he said about Anne, to have an abortion. Okay, maybe when we meet again, you'll have forgiven me. Wow, in heaven. In the afterlife, that's rough. I never should have used your friend. She meant nothing to me, but cost us everything. It's all my fault, and I fear that I've ruined her life too. Maybe this is a little hint, not that Amy is heartbroken when he told her or something. People keep coming by asking about us, looking for answers, but I won't give them this scandal. I'm leaving this secret with you, forever and always, Ben. Okay, well, that's pretty rough. The only thing we really missed here was what this thing about, I'm sorry what I said about Anne, but now it seems pretty clear it's because he told her to have an abortion. And boy, this is an adult story, and it's pretty sad. And then I think this little clue here might be a clue that Amy's going to be destabilized by when Ben wants to break up with her, which surely Ben is going to. All right. Is everyone happy in the chat with all of that? I'm sorry that it took us so long and was so stressful. I'm not sure if different groups play these things differently. Maybe I am too careless and rush, and someone else would have done a more careful job of transcribing this at first. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't a terrible code. I don't know, I have mixed feelings about these sort of brute force codes that take a long time to get right. But when it's so important, it's not so bad. It's such an emotionally important letter. Anyone else? Oops. Anything else anyone wants to say about that before we continue? Just gonna put this with this. Boy, you gotta feel bad for the two of these people. No one has typed anything in a long time. Can someone type something in the chat to let me know you're still out there? I can see I see what's happened. People disappeared. People went off to do other things with their life while I was doing the decoding. All right, that's completely fine. All right, so the interesting thing is the only other piece of evidence we don't have is the note from the father, from GTS. Why don't we take our little break here, come back, and decide how to proceed. I think probably it may benefit us to go through all of our evidence again. The game did suggest to us very strongly that we should work out this information, calendar, to help us solve the final mystery. So I wonder if we shouldn't take their advice. I mean, we believe it's Amy, but we're not 1,000% sure that it couldn't be Emily. And we don't know if Amy had help from George or not. So let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll decide how to proceed. As I see it, there's two or three possibilities. One is to try to decode that note and see if George Jr. is mentioned or some other information is mentioned. The other option, I think, is to go through all of our evidence again and maybe fill this out as we do. But it seems my guess here is that it's Amy. I think we've locked on to Amy. Also, don't forget, Emily Cho has a pretty good alibi. She's hanging out with her parents. It's Amy who's driven up right where the car was left off. All right, so let's take a break and then let's see if we can't convict Amy. All right, we're back. I'm gonna have some cheesecake here with some little fruit. This is called Simply Fruit Strawberry Spreadable Fruit, and some cheesecake made by my wife. While we chat a little bit before we go through our evidence. So we're all fairly hot. I can't talk. I shouldn't be talking while I'm eating. Hold on. This is a dangerous situation here. Let me just eat a little bit of this in silence. You guys can talk. Perhaps the first question we could ask ourselves is it possible for Amy to have done it all alone? What does our story look like? Is it possible that, let's see, I think he was using Amy, but maybe, is it possible that does Amy have time to kill her? Isn't this more likely that we've got our explanation for the CPR? That basically Claire and Amy planned to meet at the festival, but then they had a confrontation. They got into a bit of a fight. Claire fell, hit her head, and basically started to die, and Amy panicked. So didn't actually intend to kill her, but sort of panicked. But why would she bring her to Station G? Let's not forget the ring. Let's not forget the ring. Somehow she loses her ring. And Butchie finds it. Ben's not at the festival. John says, I think their fight had to happen at Point G. That's not how I see it. Here, have him. With your $2,000 ring? That's pretty rough. Well, this is interesting. I mean, let me just get rid of this. So I was going to say that she was killed. We know she was killed at 6:30, and we have footage of Amy at location G at 6:28. So it seems they have to be pretty near point G, says Jonathan. Yeah, this is the part I'm sort of struggling with. We're going to go through more of these documents, but let's try to talk this through. If we're right that that's Amy at location point G, I wish we knew which way she was walking. We think that's Amy. It could be Claire, for all we know. I'm trying to come up with a story that puts them at point G. That's the troubling part. So yeah, let's work out our timeline a little bit. So here's Claire. The red one is Claire for dead body. And here's going to be our Amy. So Amy's at her dorm. Claire is at the festival, 5:45. Claire eats her popcorn. Claire calls Amy and says something. Amy lies about it. She says, she called me about 6, says she was saving me a spot at the fireworks, which were about to start. We think that's a lie. We think Claire planned to come home. So we're thinking that maybe, I'm trying to imagine a premeditated murder versus not a premeditated murder. So if we go through the premeditated route, let's think of it that way. Claire goes to the festival. Amy follows her with an intention to confront her and kill her. She's hiding in the bushes. Claire calls her, says, I'm coming home. And Amy kills her at 5:50 p.m. Has to carry her body and drop it off at 6:30 here to dispose of it. That seems unlikely. How does she get her body if she's killed it here? So let's rewind and have a different conversation. Claire eats the popcorn, 5:45, calls Amy and says, I feel sick, I'm coming home. Maybe she calls Amy and Amy tells her, I gotta talk to you. It's about Ben. Maybe that's why she gets sick to her stomach. She knows something's up. And Amy says, I'll meet you at the festival as we planned. And let's go have a talk. I've got something to talk to you about. 5:50, they start going on their walk up the shore. It's going to take them 20 minutes to get here, to a half hour. Let's say it takes them a half hour. They walk together. But then what happens? Why is only one of them on the camera? Is only one on the camera? And they're wearing the parka. I'm not sure why only one is on the camera if we think that's where they're going. But they could get up there between 5:45 of the popcorn and 6:30. They have time to get here. They get into a fight. Amy gets pushed down, hits her head. Sorry, Claire falls down, hits her head, goes into stroke. Amy panics and pushes her in the water. Then she runs home. 6:30. It takes her 15 minutes to get all the way back. That seems not enough time to get back on foot. All right, what about a different possibility? What if Amy has her car? Amy can drive to the fishing hole, Station G. They say, let's take a drive. I gotta talk to you. I suppose my theory of her taking too long to get home and being fake person in the parka what if that's wrong? How about this for an alternative? This goes against my 40 minutes to get home idea. What if Claire calls Amy from the festival at 5:45, says, I feel sick, I'm coming home. What if she does take 45 minutes to walk home because she's feeling sick? She comes home in her parka where she's spotted coming home by the RA, and that really is her. What if she gets there and that's where her and Amy get into a fight? No, that doesn't work because we know she was died and put in the lake and seen on camera at 6:30. Okay, that doesn't work. Why is there only one person on that camera? That troubles me. Somewhere Amy meets up with Claire. They end up here. They have a fight. Don't forget, we have to consider they could have gotten knocked out earlier before 6:30 and brought her limp body and dropped it in the lake at 6:30 still breathing. Right? She could have a stroke but not be dead yet. If we think that's Amy with the nose ring on the camera, is she dragging the body? She has to drive out there. That's the only way she gets back by 6:45, right? 6:30, you're dropping the body in to the water. And then you're seen wearing the parka at 6:45, checking into your thing. That you can't do that in 15 minutes. So I think what we've got is maybe Amy parks her car somewhere, or she has help. Kills Claire, dumps Claire in the water, hoping that her body will never be found. Walks back. Maybe she throws the ring away, hoping that it won't be able to, if it was found on her, they'd ID her, but maybe if it's not on her, they won't. I don't know. That's pretty weird. Maybe she pawned it. We know she needs money. Maybe she sold it. Maybe that would be a better guess. We do have information that Amy... Oh, no. We have information that Amy has a driver's license. Well, and Amy says she drove back to her family, right? Doesn't she, in her interview? We can look at that. If Amy is our suspect, we should definitely go over her transcript with a fine-tooth comb. Let's just come up with a working theory here. Claire's at the festival. She calls Amy. She says, I'm coming home. I'm sick. Maybe Amy says, don't bother. I'll pick you up. Amy gets in a car. She drives over. By 6 o'clock, she's picked up Claire. And she says, let's go for a drive. I need to talk to you about something. They drive, they drive, they drive. They go for a walk. I don't know why only one shows up in the camera. Maybe she kills her somewhere here. Maybe she killed her in the car. Don't know. But Amy gets it in her mind she tries to revive her if she can't because she's had a stroke because of her genetic problem. So Amy realizes, okay, I gotta hide the body. So Amy drives far enough. She brings the body. She dumps it in the water. She gets back in her car, alone now. Claire's dead in the water at 6:30. At that point, Amy walks back to her car, drives back home, comes into the dorm at 6:40. Why? Why does she... Because she's going to drop off her car, pick up Claire's car, drive Claire's car up north to where she lived, panics, is in a panic, and crashes it. Into the ditch. At that point, or stages it, at that point she runs, and it's going to turn out that the crash site is very near where Amy lives, and so she walks home, and there she is. Jonathan says, I think Amy said a relative gave her a ride. Okay, well, let's find out. Let's find out. Let's take a look at Amy's entire statement since she is our prime suspect. Let's see how she... Hey, no problem. Guess I'm glad to help any way I can. This is February 28th. Remember, she's dead and missing at this point. Body hasn't been found. Your family's up north. Yep, 20 miles north of here. Car has not been found yet either. They run a music store. Remember the text message chat, her icon is a music note. Is that how you got into the Burlington University? My mother's a piano teacher. I started taking piano since I don't know when. I just kind of grew up with it. How did you meet Claire? Through school. We took music theory together. We've been best friends ever since. Did Claire give any indications something was out of place? she says, Ethan Daniels, he's been a problem since day one. So she's trying to shove the blame on Ethan Daniels. Maybe that's why she dropped her body off at Station G, because she knows it will implicate Ethan McDaniels. Is that why that's the perfect place to drop the body? Because it will implicate the stalker. He calls her all hours. You can hear him. She's totally lying about all this, trying to frame Ethan McDaniels. The night before finals, he called 3 times at 3 a.m. Boom, boom, boom. A few days will go by, he'll call again. Let me see. I get paid every other Friday. So I think it was the 3rd Friday in January. Let's just write this down on our thing. I wonder if we can't catch her in some lies. So the group said the 3rd Friday in January was here. So this is 3 a.m. calls to Claire, says Amy. And she says, I get paid every other Friday. It was the 3rd Friday. So Amy says paid. She gets paid here. Let's look in the journal here. We're looking for January 20th. Day before finals, she says. We don't have an entry. No, yes we do. My test results came back from Leaftree. I should log in. I put it off. When Ben gets his, we'll have to compare our results. No entry about the calls. No entry about the calls. Don't you think that would be something she would write in her diary if it was true? Or is Amy saying this is last year? The night before finals last year. I guess she's saying this is last year. So actually, we don't have any data on this. Well, let's see what she says anyway. Maybe we don't have data on this. It's weird. She says, you know when you can feel someone's on there? Normally you would just hang up. This time was different. There was a point when I thought he was actually going to say something. I didn't tell Claire. Oh, she didn't tell Claire even. I just thought it was different. Why'd you think it was different? I don't know. What happened to your finger? What happened to your finger? I burnt it. Okay, we somehow completely missed this, but she's gotten injured. She has gotten injured during this fight or disposal of the body. She's got a Band-Aid and she's claiming to have gotten it burnt. I think what we're learning here is she's got, I'm reading this to be not a burn, although if you have a theory for a burn, but I think it could be frostbite. That's a good theory. Or it could just be a Band-Aid. And she could have cuts on her hand from the ring or something. But she's gotten injured in a recent fight. Where do you work? I'm a barista at the Daily Grind. I actually see you come in there. You look familiar. Notice she's trying to distract. She's like, I burned my hand. Hey, look at this. I noticed you. Da-da-da-da. Coffee. Okay, here we go. Let's talk about the night of Claire's disappearance. What were you doing that night? I was in my dorm room studying. You never left? Okay, let's see. Until 6 o'clock. Yeah, Claire called me at 6, said the fireworks were going to be starting soon and she would save me a space. We know that's total bullshit. And then this gets weird. He says, so you went down to meet her. She says, at first, I said I wasn't going. But you changed your mind. I went back home. To your dorm room? No, to my parents' house. My sister needed me to cover her shift, so she picked me up from the park. Well, this is what Jonathan said. Jonathan was saying that she said a relative took her. So what do we make of this part about she says her sister picked me up? I'm thinking this is just an excuse for why she doesn't have a car. So she has to explain how she got up to her family house. So she can't say she stole and crashed Claire's car. She has to lie and say her sister picked her up. Did you text her, tell Claire to tell her where you had gone? She can't remember. What about Benjamin? What about him? You were friends, were you not? All of a sudden you just switched. Any idea? I don't know. Did he find another woman? I'm not sure. Something spooked him. I guess he wasn't ready to be a dad. What about Claire? I say that like she's dead. She's still out there. You're going to find her, right? So she's faking it. All right. So I think this is her just explaining because she doesn't have a car or how she got up there. Whether she has a car or not, the way she got up to her house is in Claire's car. So I think she has to lie and say she got up to her family's house some other way. And then this is the bizarre part about how she has to explain why she didn't text Claire and say, hey, I know I was supposed to meet you, but I didn't. Just a reminder, though, that we know that Amy was in the dorm at 5:45 from her cell phone. So when this whole thing started, she is in the dorm. I think we now have a good reason why she would want to dispose of the body. It's a little weird how she gets convinces Claire to come out and why we only have one person. Is that true, right? We only have one person on the camera. Well, we only have a 1 minute window of that camera. So it's possible what we've got is we missed the camera of the two of them going out there and we've just got the video of the one person leaving. Right? Let me look at these text messages with Amy again. Since all of our suspicions on Amy, we need to double check everything. Okay, on the 27th of January, she's claiming that Amy is driving her off the wall. I have this tattoo I want to get, but I'm broke. Parents won't pay. Are you kidding? Not for that. Be kind. Then she meets Ben. She hooks up with Ben and she starts sleeping with Ben and hanging out at his house. Let's find out if that coincides, which we're almost certain it does, with the message from Claire accusing Ben when she sees him, some girl kissing him. I'm sort of curious about that. All right. When does she see someone kissing Ben? You disappear for over a week. I don't know where you are, and then the girl's kissing you at the gas station. February 3rd. Look at this. February 4th. How are things? Bloop. I skipped work yesterday to be with Ben. I came home around dinner time because he seemed pretty stressed. He has to go back to school. My hair smells like him. So she's together with Ben by February 4th. February 3rd is when Claire sees them kissing. This person is really trying to encourage her to get rid of Claire. Shut her down, make her irrelevant. What do you mean? Maybe she just needs to go. Then he's suggesting she be framed for a drug problem. Don't let her make you feel guilty. In the end, that's all that matters. I'm not afraid of her, just irritated. It has to be this way. Me and her. It's all I can think about. Not fair. He says, I agree, and that's it. That's February 20th. 5 days before she goes missing. This is Claire dies 6:30 p.m. Okay, let me see. Where was the ring supposedly found? Well, it's a little awkward for us. The guy who has the ring claims this is where I found it, which is right near the point where we think Station G probably is. And Marshall's point is where the camera caught the woman, probably Amy. And probably we think Station G is somewhere in there. Does Claire say she's still wearing the ring or just keeping it? It almost seems to make sense that Amy's finger would be injured by Claire forcefully removing it. Maybe Amy stole it from the dorm. It's an interesting idea. Well, what Claire says is, I'm still wearing the ring. Amy says I should take it off. More clues that it's Amy who's having the affair with Ben. I just don't believe it's over. It's even possible that when Claire called home, maybe Amy said, hey, Ben wants to talk to you. He's over here. Go meet him there. Or maybe maybe Claire calls and says, I'm coming home to Amy. And Amy says, wait, I'll pick you up. Ben wants to talk to you. And she says, come on. Ben's waiting for us over here. He wants to talk to you and explain everything. He does? Why does he want to meet all the way out here? I don't know, says Amy, but that's what he said. Meet me here. Well, finally, I'll find out what's going on. Get out of their car. But whose car are they driving in? If Amy doesn't have a car. Maybe it's Claire's car the whole time. Okay. Amy, this sure is strange that we have to meet all the way out here. It's all right. It'll be fine. And then that would be a premeditated murder, but the CPR suggests it wasn't premeditated. So that's a little bit weird. Let's continue going through our information. Maybe we can make sense. If we believe the CPR stuff, that would suggest it wasn't supposed to be, that it was accidental. Let's go through our evidence and see if there's any other information we can find. Nothing in there. I think that this note is going to be from Amy trying to get rid of her. Don't come compete with me. Black ink. I'd like to find Amy with some black ink. This is Claire catching Ben with the other girl. We've reread Amy's testimony. Let's read again about the car. She comes in and then her car is seen heading west on Main Street. Two days later, Amy reports it. Victim's vehicle is discovered in a ditch by George Whitcomb, March 1st, on a gravel road in the Platt Wildlife Preserve, 20 miles north of the city, which could very well be near where Amy lives. Airbag had been deployed, vehicle was abandoned, maybe even Amy got injured in this car accident. Victim's purse, 8 grams of marijuana discovered under the passenger seat. This may be Amy planting it to make Claire look bad. She's cleaned the car of her prints. Parked along Shoreline Drive, were led down a narrow embankment to the edge of the shore and across 3,386 meters of frozen lake. I mean, Amy has to bring her to this location, right? It's going to take her a little bit of time. But maybe she just dumped her in the lake. Here is Amy reporting the person missing. We've got her address. We don't have any car information for her. Autopsy showed the weird eardrum stuff, the bruises on her knuckles, scratches on fingers. Maybe that's Amy trying to rip her ring off. Is that where you wear your engagement ring, on your right-hand side? Right hand? Then Ben. Nothing special about Ben. Emily. I feel good about Emily's alibi. Maybe he's... here's the problem with Butchie telling the truth. You know what I think happened? I think He claims to have found it at 6:30 a.m. on Monday. That doesn't work with the timeline because we know that he's actually pawned it at 8 a.m. on the 26th, which is a Sunday. Right? So let's look at this. On a Sunday, sorry, Claire doesn't die here at 6:30. The last text message for Amy and George was on the day that our girl Claire died. Claire dies. I see. The last message, I don't know why I somehow thought it wasn't happening at that day. No, that's February 20th is the last text message. I don't know why I thought it was there. So the last text message of Amy and SMS, last message. Okay. Claire dies at 6:30. The next day at 8 a.m., the ring is pawned. But he claims he found the ring here. Butchie claims found ring. So, that's weird, right? There's no mention on the autopsy of damaged fingers. It was scratches. There was mention of Claire having scratches on her fingers. Let me just read the rest of Butchie's statements. Where did you find it? He says, I don't have a clue. Somewhere between the trailhead and my fishing hole. Did you see anyone out there? No. That's why I go there, because no one's there. Footprints, tire tracks, broken branches. Hell if I know. I could draw it on a map. Where were you the night before you found the ring? He actually says he was at McGuther's before he found the ring. So, Jack Connolly, my boss, he lives off Main Street. He buys donuts. I have a question. Do we know where Amy works? Does Amy work at this shop? And maybe Butchie is just confused on his time. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was out there the previous night at 6:30 and he's just confused about his time. But I wonder if we can't find out that Amy works at this place and sold the ring to him. My boss, he lives on State Street off Main, brought the family some donuts. Took some donuts over. I was at McGuther's, took some donuts. I just want to make a note for Amy. Where does she work? I mean, it would make sense. If Amy has some run-in with Butchie, that Amy has taken the ring and sells it to Butchie and says, you pawn it and we'll split the money or something. And maybe even Amy tells Butchie, I found it over here near the lake. I'm not sure if we know where Amy works. It might have been mentioned in the journal. Just looking over through our other evidence, we've got Claire Fontaine performing for the doctor. This is the information about her biological mother. The estate near Marshall's Point. Yeah, okay. I was trying to think. It would be nice if we could figure out that Amy didn't have time to do all this by herself and needed help from George. Did Amy mention it in the police interview? Let's see, maybe that's an idea. She works 20 miles. How did you meet Claire? Someone was stalking her. But I didn't tell Claire. I'm a barista at the Daily Grind. Good catch, Jonathan. I'm a barista at the Daily Grind. I see you come in there. All right. I'm a barista at the Daily Grind. And we don't have that on our map, right? I don't believe we have that on our map. Okay, so that doesn't help us. We also don't know why the car was headed south. Okay. There's our interviews. There's that. Your sins will be exposed. We might check in the journal for more information. Let's look up Amy's thing here again. Maybe we've got some clues in here. Her favorite food is Chinese. She feels comfortable near a campfire. She once got lost in the woods, had to build a shelter. She was a lifeguard. Okay. That's our interviews. That's the ring pointing. That's the drawing. There's Amy, who's in her dorm at 5:45, and she's up by Mount Sable by 8:15. No real help to us. Okay. Animal rescue. This is confirmation that the mother, the biological mother with the son, George Jr., works at the animal rescue. Another good confirmation that George Jr. is the one with the hawk. Might that be confirmation that that's where Amy crashes her car, not by her parents, but by George's location? Where does Amy say her home is? She just lists her dorm home. Place of birth, Mount Sable. If Mount Sable is not where the car was found, then does it mean that she had to have George's help to pick up her when she crashed the car? And was she the passenger and George the driver? The marijuana's under the passenger seat. Was she the passenger? Is that what's happened here? That she's the passenger with George? Is that what the passenger marijuana tells us? Where is the car found Let me look at that again. Because her home's in Mount Sable. It's 20 miles north. It's found near the Platte Wildlife Preserve. 8 grams of marijuana in the passenger seat. I really wonder if the car location is more consistent with George than with Amy. Boy, that's tricky. I want to implicate George, but I don't know how to prove it. Let me see if there's any other information. CPR lifeguard. Yeah, that's consistent with Amy, that she knows how to do CPR. So we haven't decoded this secret message that could tell us something about George Jr., so we may want to do that. Other than that, is Mount Sable a real place that we could look for that? All right, I think we need to skim through this diary again. Dropping my resume. This is way back in 2016. Vincent Prep. I guess that's where she met. Okay, he's back. Amy and I met at the cafe today for lunch. Ethan sat right by me. This is the stalker. Jess is in on it too. A few more months. Packing boxes, violins, headache. Finally met someone who's not a creep. He looks good. So here she is meeting Ben. I know you're supposed to know someone. Fools rush in. Ben's the one. It's obvious we're soulmates. Called in sick. They went out to brunch, listening to music. Trying to remember her dream in New York. She went to student relations. Amy convinced me to file a complaint. Had dinner at Ben's. She's tall. Pressure from his parents. They liked me. Hard to read his mom. Hoping to get a sister-in-law. She had her psych exam. Jess is moving. Work was long. Everyone's buying kale. Curl her hair. Amy gave me some menthol ointment, and that seems to be helping. I think I'm driving her nuts. Pageant. Emily has found her match. Mom's proud of me. Finished my final exam. Ben and Amy are going out together to McGuthers. She's pregnant. She's scared and happy all at once. AP classes. Ben's a good guy. One more semester. Told her parents. They tried, but they're supportive. We can take Ben's all-wheel drive. Christmas, Ben proposes. He loves his turntable. She buys him a record. Found the record on West Main Street. The ring is beautiful. Can't look at it. Can't keep looking at it. Da 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 da. He says it's the music. Pulled out her scrapbook. She's feeling sick. Test results came back from Leaf Tree. She has a match. Ethan was at Trader John's again, where she works. He's stalking me. They had their fight. He thinks I should stay home after the baby. She says, I'm sorry. He's taking me to Blake's. He's not feeling well. Freaking out. Ben breaks up. His car is gone. There are tire marks in the driveway. The key is missing. The early actors practicing. Amy's gone. Am I tired of me crying so much? It's been too quiet here by myself. Went to class, returned to my car to find a threatening note. It looks like someone's been in my room as well. Journal put back on the shelf upside down. Rekey the room. More clues that this is probably Amy. Amy got home from work late last night. Of course, her key didn't work. Scared me half to death. They went to auditions together. I need a day off. Emily shooting her daggers. Classes. She gave the role to Emily. Finally talked to Ben. He's moved on. So just looking at the last of our evidence, there's a camera just east of Marshall's Point. That's the camera where we see the one woman. Boy, I'm a little bit at a loss as to how to prove whether she was working alone or with George and exactly what happened. But maybe we don't need to know exactly what happened. Maybe we know enough. John says, we never explained why Ben suddenly tried calling her a lot after she disappeared. It's true. But it would make sense, right? She disappears and Ben is worried that maybe she might commit suicide or something. So it wouldn't be crazy that he would be calling her like crazy after she disappeared. Just worried about her, that maybe she's gone off to commit suicide or something. Brian has stopped by. He's saying that he's putting out a new video tomorrow. 10 Kickstarter board games I absolutely regret backing. That does sound good. Ben would know she disappeared at first, though. Doesn't he start calling her very soon after that night? I'm not sure. Maybe Amy says something threatening to him about her and he gets suspicious. But obviously we don't suspect Ben. We know it's Amy impersonating her with the parka after she's killed her. What is our assignment today? There's a weird thing. One weird thing is that the game has said, here's the calendar, you're going to need that to reconstruct stuff. But we don't feel like we need it, right? By adding events to the calendar, we may uncover relationships and ulterior motives that weren't apparent before. That's weird. It doesn't feel like we know it, but we need it, but maybe that's because we already figured it out. All right, let's take a look at what the game wants us to know. We need to figure out who killed Claire. Something odd has never been explained. When Claire's body was found, she was not wearing the parka. Where did that go? Okay, so we think we know the answer to that is that Amy put it on to disguise herself. We're not exactly sure why, though. Do we think it's to disguise her time of death? To disguise where she was killed? It's not super clear why Amy is impersonating Claire. For what reason does Amy need to get back in her room? Why does Amy want it to look like it's Claire going to her room? I mean, if Amy lives there, it's not suspicious if Amy goes into her own room. If you can determine what happened to the parka, the answer will lead us to Claire's killer. Could Amy have used Ben's car, the four-wheel drive, to take Claire out on the ice? I don't think you need Ben's car, but you could use George's car. She must have just dragged the body. Yeah, you can't drive the four-wheel drive on the ice. And Tina and Jonathan are both suggesting that the reason she was dressed up in Claire's parka is to confuse the timeline. I guess. That's an awfully sophisticated thing to do for a hastily planned murder. But we don't think it was a premeditated murder, right? Because of the CPR. By 8:15, Amy is at her hometown in Mount Sable. Notice she says her sister picked her up at the park. I wonder if she's really, what happened is the sister picked her up outside the wildlife park where she crashed Claire's car. Jonathan says, I'm not sure there's a way for us to really piece this together with what we have. I would be inclined to agree with you, Jonathan, that we don't have enough evidence to piece together all of these details. But I'm sort of like, this is one of those situations where I feel like, can we come up with a story? Can we come up with a consistent story? What's our best guess, even if we can't prove it? But we could also go to the Q&A and see if that helps us understand what's wanted from us. Where's that full map? Guess this is as good enough a map. I'm not really disagreeing. We know Amy is the key to this, but George has the stronger motive, and he seems to be encouraging her. But we think Amy has time to do it all. Claire calls Amy, who's at the dorm, at 5:45. We know that Claire must have left the house. And been present up it's got to be Claire that comes in with the imitating. It's got to be Amy that comes in imitating Claire. Let's just look at the chat first quickly. What do we really have on George? Just some text, 2 weeks, don't you think? They absolutely do live up there. They absolutely do live up there where the body was found. And George Sr.'s cell phone does ping. He's home in the Northwest. Where's our marker for that? So yeah, George is... Where is George? George is off the map here in his home. He pings at the festival at 8:15, so that's not... The father, George, doesn't ping in the neighborhood. But I guess they're up here. This is where they must live. Remember, the car is found quite far away, so maybe they don't live near the body. But I thought the newspaper said they did, near Marshall's Point. The Picard estate located at the northern tip of Marshall's Point. So yeah, their estate, maybe it must be up here somewhere. So yeah, they do live. George Jr. lives up here near where the body was found. But Claire had to leave her house in order to come back, and has the parka by the time she comes back at 6:40, and then takes a car at 7. So somehow Amy has Claire's parka at 6:45, with Claire dying at 6:30. So the question I have for you is, how does Claire kill off... How does Amy kill Claire at 6:30 and then get back to the dorm by 6:45? Is that even possible? Can we double check where George Sr.'s phone rings on the full map? Yes, let's do that. Sure. Yeah, I've got multiple printouts of the map. All right, so... Okay. So, I don't know what I'm doing here, but here is my recording of GPS. So GTS is here, which is where their estate is. So 5:45, he's at his estate up here. The father, GTS, who we don't think is involved. By 8:15, he's at the festival. I think he's meeting with Kathleen. I think he's having an affair with Kathleen, and that's what that secret message is going to be. Remember, this isn't where the car is found. This is where the body is found. This is where she was sunk into, somewhere into Station G. Amy has to meet up with Claire, somehow get her out here. How does she do that? How does she do that? She's out of the house. We only see one person there, but that just could be because of the camera. That's awfully confusing though. But let's say Amy does sink the body in the lake. Remember, it's not here actually. The body has to be out on a lake here at 6:30. How does Amy get back from being out in the middle of the lake, dumping the body, 6:30 p.m.? How does our Amy get herself back in Claire's parka to her dorm in 15 minutes? Is that possible? Pink says, wasn't it 7 at the dorm? No, it was 6:45 p.m. that she shows up, and then she's leaving at 7. And Tina says the body was there because of the drafts. So I think Antina is suggesting that possibly she kills her, dumps her in the water. Is this your theory, that they dumps her in the water somewhere and the body drifts out where it's found? So you're suggesting maybe she killed her anywhere and pushed her into the lake? And her body just drifted out to Station G? That's an interesting possibility. Is the lake frozen? We've got mixed information about that. What we've got is that we do have temperatures for some of the different areas on the day. So G is Burlington. So if you look at Station G, we've got temperatures on the right. So on the day she's killed, at Station G, it's 34 degrees. 34.9 degrees at Station G. Last week, it was 33 degrees. And the following week, it's 36 degrees. So it's starting to melt. It's starting to melt. I think the phone number dialing was either designed to mislead us about the phone numbers, or it was planned and then abandoned. So I don't think there are any phone numbers. We can check when we go to solve it. I'm not convinced that there's anything more for us to figure out from this evidence. I wouldn't mind coming up with two consistent theories, one with Amy acting alone and one with Amy acting with George, and then check the solutions. The cracked rib with Amy as a lifeguard does suggest that she didn't mean to kill her. All right, I'm going to work out a story here for just Amy and George. Let's see if we can make sense of it, and then maybe we'll take a break and think about it. All right, so my theory is going to look something like this. Claire's at the festival. She gets her popcorn. 5:45. She calls Amy, and Emily overhears her saying, "I'm sick, I'm coming home." That is our known information. I'm going to postulate that Amy tells Claire, "Don't come home. I need to talk to you. I'll pick you up." Amy drives out, picks up Claire, says, "I need to talk to you." Let's go for a drive and talk. They drive out and walk where they can get some peace and quiet. This is my unexpected death. They drive out and they park the car. Maybe it's Claire's car that Amy's drove, or maybe it's Amy's car, which we don't know. They walk out together to Marshall's Point. They're not caught on camera yet. Maybe it's here somewhere. Maybe they just go for a walk up here and they get into a fight. Amy tells Claire, "Ben loves me. He doesn't love you. You have to leave." They get into a fight. Claire gets pushed, falls on the ice. Maybe they go walking on the ice here to talk. Dot, 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 dot. They're walking on ice and near the shore. Claire falls, hits her head, starts having a stroke. Amy tries to revive her, cracks her rib in the process, realizes she's shoved and pushed Claire and ended up killing her, panics, sees a hole in the ice, walks over to it, maybe pushes her in it, maybe pushes her in some water where it freezes, takes her parka, rushes home back in her car, either takes the ring, scratching Amy's fingers in the process, let's just call it that way, comes back, 6:30, she's dead in the water, gets back here by 6:45, coming in Claire's parka. Maybe she's not even trying to imitate Claire, she just wants to disguise her own identity. Comes in, gets her stuff, goes back out in her car, in Claire's car, which she wants to hide to make it look like Claire has run away. Drives out to where her family is, crashes the car in panic, leaves marijuana in the car, runs to her family, makes up her story. If she stole the ring, then she must have sold it to Butchie. Another possibility is it just went in with the body and showed up on the shoreline. Maybe when they walked, she just pushed her in the water and the ring came off where it was found. I don't love it, but it seems feasible. The other possibility is she and George agree that Claire have to go. They work out a plan. She tells Claire, Ben wants to talk to you. Meet him on the ice. She drives out. She meets George. No, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe the cracked rib has nothing to do with CPR. It just has to do with because they pushed her off the edge. Then the plan is for Amy to go home, act like Claire, get her car keys, get her car. She gets it. She meets up with George Jr. somewhere. They drive out to George Jr.'s wildlife preserve where they crash the car with Amy sitting in the passenger seat. And then they go to George's house and George drives her to the family house, to her family. Doesn't seem like we need George so much. Doesn't seem like we need George. Maybe George is just encouraging her. All right, so let's take our 8-minute break, and then you guys think if you have any other questions you want answered. Otherwise, let's go to the answer and see what questions it has for us and see if we can answer those. Maybe we don't have to figure out all these details. We just have specific questions to answer. I'd love to hear your theories, though, if you have different theories than mine. I want to implicate George. I just feel like all of the information about Amy having the coat doesn't need George. Except if George is meeting her somewhere, driving her. That's a little weird. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, ready to solve the duel. I want to revise my plan slightly and say that I think Amy premeditated all of this. It just feels to me more likely than not. If I don't premeditate it, the only thing that's making us not want to have this premeditated is the cracked rib that the incompetent coroner says is consistent with CPR. But I think if you want to claim that it was unintentional, you have to say that somehow Claire and Amy found themselves out on the ice here. I'd like to get more of a confirmation about where Station G is too. That's very troublesome. If Station G is here, it changes everything. But if we assume Station G is here, and maybe we should try to nail that down. But anyway, if you claim it was inadvertent that they got into a fight, she fell down, hit her head, and then Amy pushed her in the water in panic and then came home, that seems too implausible to me that she'd be able to get her out there without planning something. So in my revised thinking, Amy has already figured out she's going to kill Claire. Claire calls her up. She says, I feel sick. I'm coming home. Amy says, no, don't come home. Ben wants to talk to you. He's waiting for us out on Marshall's Point. I'll pick you up and drive you. So it's the old thing. She's driving her out there. She's got the whole plan in her mind. She's going to kill Claire. She's going to kill her exactly where the stalker is known to hang out, in Station G. She hits her on the head. She knocks her down. Maybe she stamps on her ribs. She doesn't try to revive her. She pushes her in the water. It must be near there that she was pushed in the water and drowned. We already figured that out, and she's got the algae in her stomach. Then she rushes over to her car, or to Claire's car. She rushes back. She's got it all worked out. She stripped the parka off Claire because it's all premeditated. She comes back home, and she's going to build an alibi, and she's going to try to pretend that Claire has escaped, maybe to commit suicide. She goes back in pretending to be Claire. She gets her, maybe she just wants to set up her alibi, set up a timeline, fake timeline, gets in Claire's car. She drives out north. She crashes the car in her panic, leaves the car with Claire's purse and keys on it, walks to her home, and she's all safe. She doesn't have a car. We don't know that she doesn't have a car. But okay, even if you imagine she doesn't have a car, then you can just say that Claire calls home and Amy says, I'll take your car and pick you up. I don't know how she has the keys to it. Or maybe she says, let's walk over there and meet Ben. Maybe it could take them a half an hour to get there to Station G. I just don't see how she could get back in 15 minutes. So someone would have to drive her back if she doesn't have a car. I don't know that we don't know she doesn't have a car, though. She did say her sister picked her up. That would suggest she doesn't have a car. Then doesn't there have to be a car? Then that leads you to believe it's George Jr. is involved. I guess if you want to postulate George Jr., then Amy and George Jr. meet up with her, kidnap her, bring her, kill her. George Jr. brings her back, says, no, okay, now you make an alibi with the car, drops her off. She goes back, gets Claire's keys, goes and gets Claire's car. They both Now George, okay, so that scenario has Claire at the festival. She calls Amy, says, I'm coming home. Amy says, no, wait, I'll pick you up. She calls George. George drives down. They meet up. They kidnap Claire. They bring her to the location where they're going to frame Ethan. They kill her. They dump her in. George drives her back. Says, you go, take her keys and her parka, go in, get her car. I'll meet you up in we'll both go and dump the car and create a fake alibi. So Amy goes back to the dorm, gets Claire's car. They meet up. They both drive out. They drive up north. She crashes the car. She gets out of the crashed car. George helps her wipe it down, and then she and George drive away. George drops Amy off at her house, and he drives to his house. They're both in the same direction. And Tina says she kills her because of jealousy. I think that's right. I mean, we have the text conversation where they're discussing it. She's talking about how it's always about Claire. Claire gets the roles I want. I'm not afraid of her. I'm just irritated. It has to be this way. Me and her and me. It's all I can think about. It's not fair. When do I have my moment without her feelings always coming into question? It's frustrating. And Ben probably just told Amy that he doesn't have any thoughts for her, which is why she's... Remember, Ben says in his note, I think I've ruined her life too, or broken her heart too. And I think the premeditated staging of the car makes sense for they've wiped down the car and they've planted some marijuana in the car. So, but maybe Pink has convinced me that this has to be George, that you need George's car to make this all work. I think that's what I'm going to say. As long as Jonathan is right about Station G. Let me see here. We know where Station G cam is, don't we, from the police slip? What do we know? Let me just make sure I understand this, because this is weird. We know there's a camera near Marshall's Point. So we know Marshall's Point is up here. We know there's a camera there, but the problem is, do we know that's Ethan's camera. We know the lake was frozen when this happened. We know it's Ethan's camera. But Champ sighting captured on Station G camera. Camera mounted to the tree east of Marshall's Point. Any idea who that belongs to? Station G camera. How do we know what camera that is? That's my question. Like, here's a traffic cam on Main Street. Okay, well, that's not Marshall's Point. County Road 41, Johnsonville, it's not that camera. Testing site J, it's not that camera. Was it when we logged in? It wasn't that. Was it when we logged into Ethan's website? I guess it was when we logged into Ethan's website. Let me do that again. Where's my information? So champ lover. Password was Hawaii and $sign. No, it doesn't like that. What have I done wrong? C, no A. Okay, let's look at this again. So on the day of the murder, site G, that's just where we see them walking, but I don't know how we know where it is. Am I missing something? I assume it's the camera we actually got footage from. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I think it's a good assumption. I would just love to... Well, either way. Okay, let's assume it is. Any more theories? Anything else anyone wants to think about? I've decided she's got to be working with George. And that it's premeditated. I don't have hard proof of it. I just don't see how... I don't see how you kill Claire up here at 6:30 and get back to your dorm by 6:45 without a car. But she could have taken Claire's car, I guess. If she took Claire's car, she could have done it all by herself. She takes Claire's car, she meets Claire, they drive up, she kills her, she drives back. Claire's body is dead, she drives back, all by herself. And then she drives and crashes and calls George. And Tina says he doesn't think it's premeditated, so you think the cracked rib is CPR, huh? Certainly sounds like that's what it was suggesting. But then why on earth, if it's not premeditated, tell me, why on earth are they up there near Station G? My reasoning for premeditated is she's dumped her body and killed her right at the location where the stalker is known to hang out. She's tried to blame the stalker for everything. She's smart enough to put on the parka. That seems like that is thought out. Otherwise, why would you be smart enough to take her parka? And then you're smart enough to create this alibi of walking in with wearing her parka. And then the bag of marijuana left in the car prints wiped down. After George Jr. recommended that you frame her for being a drug addict, that all seems very premeditated to me. The only thing arguing against premeditation is the cracked rib. And don't you think she could have cracked the rib falling down on the ice? And the coroner's incompetent. I guess it's time to vote. Let's listen to Tina. She was there for the festival. Claire went there to find her. All right. Any different theories than mine about how you get to her body? Does no one have a problem with the body with her Claire dying at 6:30 and then Amy is back wearing Claire's jacket at 6:45? This is about a 15-minute distance, we think. So if it's 15 minutes walk from here to here, that would make this at least a 30-minute walk, probably much more. So she can't walk this distance in 15 minutes. So she has to be driving. What's your theory about driving? Did she, I mean, she could have taken Claire's car. Claire could have said, take my car, but wouldn't you think Claire would have her keys on her so that Amy can't take her car because Claire has the keys? Which makes much more sense why she has to go home. Oh no, not if Claire has the keys on her, she can take her keys, but she goes to the dorm to pick up the car. Don't know why she has to go into her dorm. Maybe just to get some stuff. Pink says, if they were wrong by even 10 minutes, that changes everything. They are very specific. They say 6:45 she comes in, 7 p.m. she leaves. Now Jonathan thinks Amy could have a car, or Ben's car. I don't think she has Ben's car. I've got another idea for you to chew on. Check and make sure there isn't a ripped page here in her journal. Okay, let me present to you one more little piece of this puzzle. It is confusing that she's gone to the trouble to go back in the dorm at 6:40 and spend 20 minutes in there. That troubles me greatly. That's a very risky thing to do. You're pretending to be Claire. You're wearing Claire's parka. And let's listen to the witnesses. Noel Brenner and his girlfriend were doing homework in the front desk. The victim comes in the dorm, not into the parking lot, into the actual dorm at 1845 and leaves at 1900 wearing the same black parka. So let me suggest there has to be a very good reason why Amy is back at her dorm for 15 minutes. There has to be a good reason she needs to go there. Then later, they find her driving south of everywhere. Later, the car is picked up. Claire's car. So, I posit that it can't be that Amy was driving Claire's car, because if she's driving Claire's car, why on earth does she have to risk coming back to the dorm before disposing of Claire's car? That's such a huge risk. And even if she's not got Claire's car at this point, why doesn't she just go and get Claire's car from the parking lot? Why is she in the dorm for 15 minutes? Jonathan is sticking to his theory that she's really just setting up an alibi, a timeline alibi. Boy, that just seems very odd to me. Why not just take her car if you want to make it look like she's driven off? Won't they just assume? Like, why do you need a timeline? If you're going to take her car and dump the car up north, why do you need her seen at the dorm at 7 p.m.? What does it matter whether she's seen at the dorm or not? The car is found 20 miles away. Won't they just assume? I just don't know why you need a 7 p.m. timeline if you're gonna dump the car. Is there something she had to get rid of? Is there something she had to hide? What would Amy need to get rid of? What would she need to pick up? I mean, if she's had George's help to kill Claire and Claire's keys are in the dorm, then that would be a reason you'd have to go to the dorm to get her keys and purse. But surely Claire would have those on her. Just give me a minute here to think about this. You guys think about it too. Can you come up with something that she had to get back in the room? Something she had to plant in the room or get from the room? Something she has to get or plant. It's not the journal. She's left that. In the car is marijuana, which she's planting. Claire's purse. Why wouldn't that be on Claire's person, though? Pink says, I think she was freaked out and the dorm is safe. She's only in the dorm for 15 minutes before she's out with Claire's car. So that doesn't seem right to me. Jonathan says maybe she had to get the marijuana to plant. It's possible. I suppose it's possible she's panicked. She returns back to the dorm and she stews there for 15 minutes while she comes up with a plan. Maybe she even calls George and George Jr. says, get in her car, drive it up and drop it. I don't love it because I think my scenario is it's premeditated. And if it's premeditated, then she should have the plan worked out. If it's not premeditated, she could go back to the dorm in a panic. The thing is, if she's gone back to the dorm in a panic, she's not so panicked that she hasn't remembered to disguise herself as Claire. Doesn't seem like there's any. If she's living in the dorm, obviously there's no evidence she has to go back to get because she was there the whole time. Wow, that's rough. She's there the whole time. Or is she there the whole time? Maybe she's following Claire to kill her. Um... Well, I suppose you could postulate that Claire has walked to the festival and not brought her car keys. Maybe that's the cleanest, easiest solution. That George has driven her to kill Claire. When they searched her body, no car keys. So in order to plant her car up north, she has to go into the dorm and get her purse and car keys. Or at least her car keys. I mean, obviously she had to pay for the popcorn. She probably has her purse. But if she walked to the festival, maybe she didn't take her car keys? It seems unlikely. You just got one ring. Who has multiple rings of keys? One for their cars and one for their when they're not. I mean, no, I don't. My car key is on my ring in some form. Is there a reason you need her in the house at 7? Not really. Let's go get a hint about the codes. Normally, it's very unusual for us to not want to try to solve that code ourselves. But I feel like my gut tells me the letter was a hookup letter between George Sr. and the doctor. So I'm inclined to get a hint before we go off. Does anyone have a theory about this code they want to work on before we try to look it up and get some answer? I have a theory, actually. I have a bit of a theory, but not quite. So let me, let's see. NYBFG, RCRZ, VYIBHSEBAG. Are there really 2 R's? Let me just look at this for a second, because my theory was going to be, it's hard to tell what this, my theory was that notice how each of the typewritten letters looks like it's associated with a written letter. Like here is this. And I was wondering if it's a conversion code. Like, is it saying S turns to C, T turns to R, R turns to P, W turns to R, but it doesn't quite make sense because we've got multiple things turning into the same letter. And we don't have a mystery sentence. All right, let's look up episode 2 code hints. So if there's any objection, you better speak up now. Phone numbers, it says no phone numbers for this code. Okay. Note to Catherine. So this image is just a generic codes and ciphers image, just the way this phone is a generic thing. But here's our hint. A code is interlaced in the text of the letter. It reads, okay, so they're telling us the translation, so we don't have to write it down. It's not quite what we picked up. CFXRRCRVYLBHGSE. Well, let's look at that for a second. It's certainly not an anagram. I don't think. No, not with X's and Z's. In fact, the fact that it's got X's and Z's suggests that these are not going to be the actual letters. How many letters do we have there? Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And we have repeats. But you could imagine perhaps a shift cipher with the R's mapping to a double letter. If so, you might imagine that the R's are going to map to E's or O's. Imagine it's a Caesar shift cipher, but we're not told the shift number. It might even be mentioned in the letter. If he mentions a number for no reason, that would be suspicious. Any number mentioned? October 2nd. No other number that I see. Well, he does mention 2 phone numbers. But maybe you could just guess at the number. They're in the 10th month of October 2nd. So if you had to guess, you might use, they might have a previous arrangement. Let's see, this is the view I want. So let me just see here for a second. If the R's are mapping to another double letter, if it was -3, the R's would map to O's. If it was to E, it would be -13. Seems a little harder in code of 13. If it's -3, what do we get? If it's -3, we got a problem, because then the C that starts it out goes to a Z, so that can't be right. Could be a double T, that's +2. It's the 2nd of the month. Then the C would go to an E. The F would go to a H. The X would go to a Z. That can't be right. What else could the R be going to if it's a double? I guess it could be a double P, -2. C -2 gives you A. F -2 gives you D. X -2 gives you V. R -2 gives you P. That doesn't work. Feels to me like this is a Caesar cipher, but it could be a reverse cipher too, right? It could be that C is going... No, that would give C to an X. That doesn't work for me. Anna, we're trying to decipher this code here. Feels to me like this is a Caesar cipher. How about that double Y? What would that map to? 1, 2, 3. If you add 3, if you subtract 3, 1, 2, 3. You might expect the message is where to meet up for a rendezvous. Yeah, it's this code on the lower right of the screen I'm trying to figure out without getting another hint. The question is, how would he expect her to decode it? And you might expect, okay, they have a previous agreement. They're always going to use the date of the month. That would be 2. That would be plus or minus 2. It could be A, D. We tried that already. What if it's plus 2? E, H, Z. That doesn't work, right? Try swapping G for T based on the logo. Okay, if G goes to T, that's either a plus 13. G to T is a plus 13 or a minus 13. Okay, that would make C go to P. And F go to S. PS. X would go to 37, which is a K. I think you've got it. R is 21. Sorry, R is 31, which is an E. Key, K-E-E, you got it, Jonathan. PS, key, that's our double R. The C goes to P. PS, keep. The R goes to 31 again. That's an E. Keep. The Z goes to 39, which is an M. Oh, this is going to be keep Emily, right? The V goes to 33. No, the V goes to 35, which is an I. Okay, so I, this is going to be Emily, V, Y, L. The B goes to O. The A goes to N. Keep Emily on. Where are we? And that was the A. Okay, A. Then we've got a G, N, G, N, Y, Y, P, B, F, G, just so I don't lose my place here. Okay, then the G goes to a T. The N goes to an A. The G goes to a T. The N goes to an A. G, N, G, G, N, G, N. The Y goes to an L. L. P goes to C. C. Y, Y. Then P goes to a C. What's happening here? The B goes to an O. LL. The P goes to a C. The B goes to an O. The F goes to an S. The G goes to a T. Keep Emily on at all cost. At all cost. Keep Emily on at all cost. Okay, that was a really nice idea, Jonathan. Was that just intuition that you thought about that? Very clever. Very clever. All right, so I feel great that we went through the trouble to do that with only the tiny bit of hint. In fact, the only real hint was that we didn't have to transcribe the types, but nothing to do with the crime as we expected. Let's just look at the rest of the hints here. Looks like a common slide cipher or shift cipher. Then it says, looks like the author of the code left the solution to solving the slide cipher in plain sight. Spoiler alert. Use the monogram GT to solve the cipher. If you do that, P.S. keep Emily out front at all costs. I thought it said keep Emily on at all costs. I must have skipped a few things in my laziness. Okay, so we are now going to go to episode 3. Unless someone can come up, I would love for someone to give me some theory for why Amy has got such a hard on for coming home disguised as Claire into the dorm for 15 minutes. And if someone thinks you got two big problems. One is Claire dies at 6:30 p.m. here. And in 15 minutes later, after her death, Amy is showing up back at her dorm pretending to be Claire. You can't get from here to here walking in 15 minutes. Now, so you've got a couple options. One option might be that somehow Claire stumbles and falls was left for dead, but doesn't die yet, takes 10 minutes is left on the ice, takes 10 minutes to wander out in here. But I don't buy that. So I think if you want to posit that Amy has killed Claire here at 6:30, she has to somehow get back here in 15 minutes. I think the only way you do that is with a car. And I don't think she has a car, and I don't think she's taken Claire's car yet, although she might have. So that would be one possibility. But especially if she takes Claire's car, why on earth would she go back in her dorm for 15 minutes and risk it? And Tina says to mess up the timeline, she was confused. I'd really love a better explanation for that. The best explanations we have so far are that she was going to get Claire's car keys, which Claire left in the house. That doesn't seem right to me. Surely she's got her purse, she's buying popcorn. Surely she's got her car keys with her. She could be panicked. I don't like that because I think it's premeditated. I just don't have a good reason. It's such a risk for her to go back dressed as Claire. It's such a risk, and there's no need for it. If you're going to dump Claire's body in the dorm, then okay, maybe you want to make sure the timeline for her death looks right at 7 p.m. But if you're going to dump her car, that car is going to be the proof that she was alive at 7 p.m. And why do you care? Anna says she could have wanted an alibi. Get eyewitnesses to see Claire in her parka, goes to the room thinking what to do, take the car, fake an accident far away from the real crime scene. Well, we do think that that's what she's doing. She's pretending to be Claire to drive the car to fake an accident. But the question is, why not just take Claire's car Why is not planting Claire's car good enough? Are we thinking that she needs people to believe that Claire drove Claire's car? And to do that, you have to put Claire at her dorm before she gets in her car. Otherwise, the police might say, well, Claire was last seen at the festival, and she was never seen going into her dorm, so someone else must have taken her car. Maybe that's it. I guess you could claim that Amy is scared if she doesn't have Claire show up at her dorm before she gets in her car, someone will assume that someone else was driving Claire's car. You need to put Claire on the scene. All right, well, we're going to look at the answers and see if we have the answers to the questions they have. We don't have to have a strict answer, but maybe we need to have a vote. And if anyone wants to talk this out more, you let me know. I'm happy to talk it out more. Otherwise, the things we're going to vote, then we'll probably vote again once we look at the questions. But the question I want you to get your intuition on is whether it was premeditated and whether George Jr. is involved in helping her commit the crime. So I'm assuming we all think it's Amy. If so, I want you to vote whether it was premeditated and who else was involved besides Amy. So I guess you could say whether you believe it's Amy, Amy and George, Amy and Ben, and an accident. Wow. Jonathan is going for Ben. That is pretty gutsy. Don't forget, the biggest motive is George for the inheritance. Okay, and Tina says Amy alone. Pink Drink agrees with Jonathan that Ben is involved. That's fascinating to me. I do not see it. I do not think psychology works for that. Don't forget, Ben is back drinking by 8:15. Not back drinking. Ben is back downtown by 8:15. Not only that, I got news for you. Ben gets hit in the eye in the parking lot at 7:12. Think about that. Ben gets hit in the parking lot of McGuthers during a fight that broke out. Well, I guess that's not true. That's Ben's alibi. Ben claims he got punched in the eye at 7:12, and that checks out with the timeline. Yeah, you guys are crazy for thinking Ben was involved. Ben was out drinking at McGuthers. Where's our timeline for Ben? Just so you can see how crazy it is to suspect Ben. Our timeline for Ben has him here at 5:45. And then in the bar drinking at 8:15. But he must have gotten punched in the eye. Maybe I have to think about this. Hold on. Ben says he got hit by a fight in the parking lot. It can't be Ben. It just can't be Ben unless it was a total accident. I guess that could be. Oh my God. Can you imagine if Ben killed her by accident and Amy helped cover it up? Oh, it just can't be. It can't be, right? Ben's not going to call Amy for help covering it up. Let me just see here. An hour before the fireworks. Must have been a full moon. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay, look at this. Here's Ben's alibi. Ben says he was at a brawl at McGuthers that broke out an hour before the fireworks. The McGuthers receipt is Butchie's, but I think it's completely consistent with the idea, and I think the police agreed, that Ben made his way up to McGuthers drinking, and he arrives at 7:15. And as he's coming into the parking lot, he gets elbowed. He gets his black eye, and he's there, we know, at 8:15. So we don't know when he arrives, but he knows he's finishing up there at 8:15, and he claims he got punched in the eye at 7:15. That would completely make him... Well, I suppose that's not a strong alibi for him. He could have killed her at 6:30. He certainly didn't drive her car. But I suppose he could have killed her at 6:30 and then went to have a drink. Okay, Anna, you got to put your money where your mouth is. You're the chief detective here. You can't abstain from another vote. Anna says, do you think it was remorse that killed him after he caused Claire's death by accident? Nope, I don't. I think he... I'll tell you something else. Like when he's in the interview and he mumbles to himself, he said it was a mistake. He doesn't say it was an accident. He says it's a mistake. And I don't think he would have... I don't think he would have... If he killed her, he wouldn't be hoping to meet her in the afterlife. All right, Anna, get your early vote in. I'm voting premeditation, Amy and George Jr., with George Jr. encouraging her and helping her do the driving. I see your theory about Ben. But then what's your theory? That he's calling her afterwards just to give himself an alibi? He's not that kind of a person. Not only that, but he wouldn't have pushed her on the ice. For those of you thinking that it was Amy and Ben, do you think that she was just talking to Ben by herself, and then Ben was the person who did it, and then Ben called Amy for help? That just agonizes me. I can't. You're right, he doesn't want his scandal to come out. All right, well. All right, Anna is going to lose. Anna says, I missed a few hours, so I can't vote. That does not seem right to me. Chief Detective should be weighing in. All right. Well, if Jonathan gets this right, Jonathan and Pink might move up the chain of command. Anna might be moving down the chain of rankings of the detectives. All right. Are we ready to look at some answers? It seems like we are. We're going to close the vote here. I'm going to take everyone as saying that... I'm going to take everyone as saying they're ready to look at the questions. So let's do it. Is it time for a break first? Yes. Wonderful. We're going to take an 8-minute break. We're going to come back. We're going to chat with our boss and see if we can answer his questions and then see how this story ends. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. It's 5:04 a.m. Monday morning. 8 viewers left in the channel, and we are ready to try to solve this. Some interesting chat conversation. Some discussion about the bruises on her fingers. Jonathan was thinking, well, if the ring was forcibly removed, then it must have been not an accident. But then Antina has said her hands are like that bruise because she punched Ben. Makes sense. Pink agrees and posits another possibility that she was drugged on the ice. John says, yeah, I think she had to punch Ben unless Jesse's right. Maybe she punched George Jr. Pink says, I'm going to be shocked if it's George because they gave us so little on him. That's it's an interesting point. Remember, the way George came into the story was threefold. One, he's having conversations with Amy. He's a friend of Amy's. He's encouraging her to get rid of Claire. He's encouraging her to frame her with drugs, which Amy does do. And he's the sole inheritor of a massive family fortune that Claire stands to inherit if it comes out that she is the daughter of Natalie Tessier. So of all the motives, he's got the strongest one for huge amounts of money. So there's that. It's possible he's just encouraging her, but not helping her and not helping her get away. It's possible she killed her and George helped her get away. But George is certainly trying to encourage her. All right, so let's remind ourselves here. I think the idea, this is a very dark story, and I think you guys are complete. I mean, I take it back. I take back saying that Ben couldn't have gotten in a fight with her. I think you're quite right that it's quite conceivable that Ben went to talk to her out on the lake and he told her what was going on and she punched him, he pushed her and she fell and he panicked. And maybe he called Amy for her help. But it just seems like Amy is doing, but maybe Amy's in love with him and so she'll do anything for him. I think it's an interesting theory. It feels to me like Ben's psychology would make him be behaving differently if that was the case. And one last point about Ben. I think his timeline absolutely puts him at MacGuthers at a very good time to have received that eye in the parking lot fight that we know did happen at that time. However, I guess you could flip that the other direction and say, well, maybe Ben had to create an alibi for himself and he started the fight in the parking lot to explain his black eye. However, let me point out a slight problem sort of with this. In your theory, it sounds like she got into a fight with Ben, maybe on the ice. She got pushed in. Surely Ben and Amy and Claire aren't together. It can't be that. Amy wouldn't allow that. But if Ben met up with Claire to talk and she accidentally got killed and Ben pushes her in the water and then calls Amy and says, I need you to go get Claire's car and drive it away, then the question is, why is Claire out of the house? Maybe she came to visit with Claire, but Claire said she was going home. So I just don't know why Amy and Ben and Claire would all get together and end up out here. And then where does the ring go? Ben's not going to let Amy take the ring. And is Amy going to do all this on her own? Won't she insist Ben come with her? I just don't buy it. Ben said ruined her life. Could this be Amy? Yes, I think he is saying that in his note. He is saying he ruined her life too. Oh, I see. You're saying because he made her cover up? That's an interesting idea. Maybe we should look at that before we continue. That was a little bit of a weird statement of Ben. Let's look at that. John says, I still think the ring was thrown and found by Butchie. I think you'd be right. Let's see. I never should have used your friend. She meant nothing to me, but cost us everything. It's my fault, and I fear I've ruined her life too. Huh. So when I read that, I read it as Ben saying, because he led her on, and now she's completely heartbroken over him breaking up with her. That's how he's ruined her life. But Anna is saying, maybe Ben is saying, I ruined her life because I dragged her into this cover-up. That's a fascinating idea. Hey, here's a counterpoint. I got a counterpoint for you. Doesn't the theory of Ben and Claire getting into an argument and pushing her down, doesn't that depend on Ben telling her? But look, he says, if only I could have had the guts to face this and tell you. So clearly he hasn't told her. I mean, he could have told her it was Claire he was seeing. Maybe that's what triggered the fight. But clearly, he hasn't told her about why he's broken up with her, because he wouldn't have said it here. But I suppose Claire could have confronted, Amy could have confronted Claire with Ben and said, it's me, I was seeing Ben. He told her about Amy, but not about siblings. Yeah, that could be. All right. Well, we don't have it all figured out. We've got a difference in opinion, but we're going to look at the questions. Anna says, what about this theory? Anna's still going. Ben kissed Amy or something. Claire saw it. The two girls got into a fight. Ben tried to intervene. Here's the slight problem with that. Wyatt point G, exactly right. Exactly right. And the other problem, that's the other problem with even suspecting Ben. Like, she was put into the water still breathing. Would Ben do that? They were at the festival. The other theory, the other piece of the puzzle that we're not totally sure about is sort of where she went into the water. But it had to be at Site G because she's got algae in her lungs and stuff. So clearly the game asked us to find where the incident happened, and it was at G. Point G has nothing after her death, but she had to go into Point G where she drowned. That's what we figured out on episode 1. So she has to somehow have died drowning here. Actual death happened here. She couldn't have died here and floated out. She had to have died here. That's what the game had us solve in episode 1. She had to have gone into the water still alive at 6:30 p.m. and drown. That's what we figured out. Assuming Point G is here, which we still don't 100% know. If it's here, I'm going to be pretty upset that that wasn't made clear to it. we do have Amy or Claire at Marshall's Point. Yes, we do. So this is where she died. And it's a huge question how she got there. Now, it's true she could have gotten knocked unconscious and been dying here and then been transported here and dropped in the water still breathing. But that would certainly be a premeditated murder. If you don't believe that, you have to come up with some reason why she was out there. That's very hard to solve. Let's look at the questions. Let's look at the questions. Here we go. 6 hours, 14 minutes. Episode 3. Here we go. Password protected. Where were we given password information here? We're asked, remember, let me remind you, sorry, one last thing before we do this. Let me remind you what the game suggested to us. Find out what happened to the parka. If you find out the parka, you find out the murderer. It also told us to use the calendar, which we have not done. All right, so let's go. No. Let's try again. Whoops. Okay, who caused Claire's death? Let's go to the pipe. What is our name? All right, we're all in this together. This has been a tragic case. The news about Ben was particularly upsetting to Rob and Meredith, her parents. They had absolutely no idea and they expressed to me that they wished they had handled everything differently, but hindsight is 20/20, I'm afraid. Do you think you know who killed Claire? There's one piece you forgot. Remember the case said that they think the higher-ups squashed the case? If that's true, that suggests it was the Tessiers, the rich people, and they are related only to George Jr. So is that why the higher-ups squashed it? They're the only people in the political position to squash it, not Amy's parents. Okay. Who do you think? Do you know who killed Claire? Yes, we do, we think. Here we go. Where did you discover the solution? Ugh, that's tricky. Jonathan says if it's her secret daughter, she wouldn't want the scandal as well. You're right. You are right. Okay, where do we think we discovered the solution? Is it at Vermont Cams where we think we spotted her with a nose ring? Is that the idea? If that's Amy on the camera, then that's where we found it. If it's Claire on the camera, that doesn't really help us. Everyone says Vermont Cams. I think I would agree with you. We didn't spend much time looking at Ethan's parking citation. Do we need to look at that? 6 a.m. He's got a 4Runner, 4-door, parked at the university in a fire lane. That's not relevant to us in any way. All right, so it seems to me that of these, it's got to be Vermont Cams. All right, let's say Vermont cams. Excellent. Oh no, it doesn't say excellent. It says, which 4 pieces of evidence did you use to access the site dashboard? What? It's asking us what did we use to log into Vermont cams? Well, if we logged in, we know. That's weird. Well, we used the parking citation to get his username. We used what would you call that? The text message that Ethan was having. What is that called? It's email. So this is Ethan's email. So email inbox, I guess. What else did we need to log on? We needed his business card. Oh, we needed his grading exam where we found out about Hawaii. And what else did we need to log on to his site? His parking citation for his username, his grading form for Hawaii, his email telling us how to make the password. The only other thing we needed was his website, right? But I guess his Vermont cams is on this, so maybe we didn't need that. What's the 4th item then? The middle name. Yes, you're right. The middle name. Good, 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 good. No, you're right. We needed Claire's middle name. But we got Claire's middle name from the insurance form, and that's not on our choice list here. Is there something else that had her middle name on it? Does the autopsy have her middle name? The life insurance has her middle name. What else has her middle name? We did need her middle name. That does make sense. Okay. The death investigation has her middle name. Claire Fontaine Anne. So we could use that to get her middle name. I don't think the autopsy does have her middle name. I'm fairly sure it doesn't, but we could check. But let's try this one. So let's try the death investigation. Let's see if it likes that. Yeah. That was the break we were looking for. If only Ethan had filed for permits, the cameras might have been discovered earlier, making this an open and shut case. So, what do you think? Who was it? All right, so we don't have to pick people walking together, but I do want you to notice that George Jr. is there on the list. But we've seen Amy on the camera, so we know it must be Amy. But it may ask us if anyone was helping her. All right, so, but we're picking Amy. So, okay, here we go. I guess everyone thinks it's Amy. It's just whether it's with Amy with Ben. But you guys think that Ben pushed her down, I think, or got punched in the eye. All right, let's see what we got here. We're clicking Amy. This is exciting. Everyone agrees Amy, right? I don't know. Did you guys prefer Ben? I think, was your theory that Ben killed her and Amy was the helper? Is everyone sure? I want confirmation from N, Tina, and Jonathan and Pink that you all want Ben. I mean, you all want Amy, because right now you could argue Ben. I mean, if your theory was that Ben is the main killer here and Amy just helped him cover up. Okay, so if it's got to be one, it's Amy. All right, everyone's switching over to Amy. Here we go. Amy, click. Amy Matheson, what a mess this is. She's gonna need a good attorney. You did a fantastic job hunting down Claire's murderer. I don't think I could have done it without you. While I'm thinking about it, be sure to stay in the loop. I could always use some help with my NE. If there's one lesson I've learned in this business, it's that no two cases are ever the same. It'll be interesting to find out where this next one leads. Wait a minute. I just received the transcript of her confession. I'll see if I can upload it. After you read it, be sure to view the recap to review any details you might have missed along the way. All right, well, looks like we got her. We got her. We did get her. Good work. We have gotten justice for Claire, and we have brung the culprit, her good best friend, Amy Matheson, who looks quite a bit like her. Caught because of her nose ring. Typical. All right, let's read the confession. Here we go. Matheson. Claire was my best friend practically since the moment we met. I can honestly say that I would never have done anything to hurt her. If anyone is to blame, it's George Tessier Jr. He's the one who convinced me to pursue Ben. I don't think any of this would have happened if it weren't for him. Detective Matthews, how did you meet George? Well, I met him at the Daily Grind. He seemed like just a nice, a fun, cool guy, always laughing, always upbeat, and I would flirt because, you get better tips when you flirt, and he was a generous tipper. Looking back, I told him things I probably shouldn't have. Eventually, we started messaging each other, and I think he was genuine at first, but then one day I told him about Ben and Claire. It was right before they broke up. That's when my relationship with Claire started to change. Detective Matthews, were you aware of his family connections to Claire? No, I didn't have a clue. George became almost obsessed with getting her to quit school and move back home, and I couldn't understand why. One time, when I borrowed Claire's car, George laughed and said that all he'd have to do is plant some marijuana on her seat, and if the school found out, they'd be forced to suspend her or lose their federal funding. He convinced me that I deserved Ben, and I guess I so wanted to believe that. Then, on the Saturday at the festival, Claire had wanted to get together, and I was planning on brushing her off. When she called, I remember feeling relief that we wouldn't have to tiptoe around her that night. Ben and I had made plans to watch the fireworks from the dock. Whoa, he picked me up in his car at the dorm, and we drove along the lake. But when we got to the dock, there were already a few people gathering, so we found a more private location near the shanties. Whoa, she was with Ben. We weren't there for more than 5 minutes before Claire showed up, and she was ticked. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. She threw her jacket in the snow. At one point, she pulled her ring off and threw it at him, and then got right up in his face and started swinging punches. That's when Ben threw up his hands and said that he didn't want to be part of this anymore and just left. I remember being so mad at her. I felt like everything George had said was true. Ben just left me there, and Claire wouldn't stop yelling at me. How long have you been with my fiancé? And I saw you kissing at the gas station, and you were supposed to be my best friend. Why are you ruining my life? Well, that was the final straw. She turned around to leave, and that's when I shoved her. When her head hit the ice and she didn't get up, I realized what I had done, and I panicked. I gave her CPR for what seemed like an eternity, but she just wouldn't respond. That's when I stopped and looked around. I could barely hear the music from the festival, and I didn't see anyone, only a few empty shanties. So I opened the door to the nearest one, drug her to the hole, and shoved her in. I put on her jacket, threw the hood over my head, and walked back up the road to get back to the dorm as fast as I could with my head down. After I got back to the dorm, that's when I started to fall apart and decided to take Claire's car and abandon it in a field or ditch somewhere far from the lake. I thought that, well, if I had an alibi and didn't discover she was missing until the following week, maybe they wouldn't start questioning me. Maybe they'd start with the car and hit a dead end. Late that night, Ben called me asking what happened to Claire, and I just couldn't tell him what happened, so I lied. I told him I didn't know, but he knew. He knew that I knew. After that, he wouldn't talk to me. It was over. I miss her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Well, it looks like we've got some promotions. Jonathan and Pink just got promoted because although George Jr. was sure encouraging her to do all this, the explanation for how Claire got to that area is that Amy and Ben were hanging out. Claire stumbled onto them. There was a big fight. Claire punched Ben in the eye. Probably. Doesn't say for sure, but certainly implies it. And then it was an accident. Amy did panic, got home, realized her only hope was to drive the car far off, and Jonathan and Pink were pretty darn close. All right, let's see if we've got some more recap here. That's her confession. Now the recap. Claire Fontaine's story is actually a story of two people. Claire, the intelligent, talented student of music, curious to uncover the secrets of her roots, and Ben, the young music teacher with whom she fell in love. Unlike Claire, Ben was not especially close to his parents. It's not that they didn't care, but rather that they didn't have much in common. With one exception, they enjoyed their family trip together every year on his birthday. Ben first met Claire when she interned at St. Vincent Prep. They fell in love instantly. Little did they know that the fateful moment was the beginning of a tragedy about to unfold. When Ben and Claire visited Robert and Meredith Fontaine, Claire's adoptive parents, for Christmas, the new couple were given a genetic test as a gesture of love to Claire, in order to fulfill her lifelong wish to discover her roots. Claire's parents approved of Ben and were excited to watch their new family tree grow. Shortly after receiving her results from Leaf Tree, Claire received her first match, her father, Mac Lowry, who lived a short distance away. They met at a restaurant on the lake, and the meeting went well. The next evening, January 24th, Ben received his results from Leaf Tree. He, too, received matches to his DNA. The first was to his father, Mac Lowry, the second to a sibling, Claire Fontaine. He was instantly sick. There must have been some mistake. 22 years he had been the only child. Parents had never told him he was adopted. Results came as a complete surprise. Ben closed himself off for the first time in his life. The stable, calculated young man came undone. Claire was his soulmate. How could he ever face Claire to tell her the news? And what about their child? What had he done? And so, with his account set to private, he ran away from his problems. He called out sick from work, hid away. When he returned, he tried to drown his sorrows at MacGuthers. When who happened to pass by? It was Amy. Perhaps he could patch his hole in his life with someone new. Amy was encouraged to pursue this crush by George Tessier Jr., a customer from the coffee shop where she worked. We saw reference to George in the newspaper article profiling Claire's biological mother, Natalie Picard Tessier. Article states that Natalie only had one child, George, whom she would leave her estate to one day, as it was left to her by her father. Now we know that she indeed had 3 children. When Mac left a note at the guard shack, as he claimed in his text to Natalie, the note was intercepted by her son, George. This was my theory, and she never received it. Mac claimed that Natalie responded, so it can be deduced that it was her son, George, who responded in her place. As it sat, George would be the sole heir to his mother's estate, and news of another child would split his inheritance down the middle. He quickly realized that he was friends with the roommate of his newly acquired foe and set off to manipulate Amy's emotions and actions in order to keep Claire away from his inheritance. This was my theory, but I thought he would then therefore help them. At first, the conversation between George, Karma Chameleon, and human gnome may have appeared to be with Emily. After all, it would make sense that human genome would be Emily's username, given the fact that her parents owned Leaftree. Yet upon closer inspection, the username is Hunan genome. Hunan is a type of Chinese food, not Korean, as is Emily's heritage. We kind of missed that. The peer grading form in episode 3 reveals that Amy's favorite food was Chinese. She wished she knew had a garden and wished to travel to the UK, hence the gnome. Anyway, we figured out it was Amy anyway. We can deduce that it was not Emily, but Amy. Emily's not innocent, however. Even though the test results are supposed to be confidential, Emily, as daughter of the owners, happens to see the results of Ben and Claire's tests and tried to use that scandal to keep her top position in the music program. We thought about this, but then we thought it wasn't necessary. So she breaks into Claire's dorm room and leaves the message, "Your sins will be exposed." I thought that was going to be Amy. It might be presumed that she read Claire's diary and was referring to Claire's pregnancy. However, she was threatening to reveal Claire's relationship to Ben. This did not seem to shake Claire's determination. Emily still got her role because of her parents' contributions to the school. The school gladly accepted the donation and put pressure on Dr. Delaney to demote Claire despite the doc's recent tenure. All right. Ethan was misunderstood. This kind, hardworking, socially awkward graduate student always seemed to be at the right place at the right time to his own detriment. Like he claimed in his interview, "I know a lot of things about a lot of people." How true that statement would be. He knew about the manipulation and pressure that the school was putting on Dr. Delaney to keep Emily at the helm, and in the end, the camera captured Claire's accidental killer fleeing the scene with her telltale nose ring. That was a great perception by whoever picked that up from the video, and wearing Claire's parka as a disguise. In the end, the discovery of Claire's body derailed his education at Burlington University. He wasn't able to finish the semester as planned and chose to escape to Hawaii in order to set his mind straight. As far as we know, he quickly found someone else and never returned. Yeah, we know who that was, Cora, in his DMs. Butchie's interactions were accidental. It just so happened that Ben and Amy chose to watch the fireworks near Butchie's fishing shanty that night. In the morning, he spotted the ring that Claire had thrown at Ben. That's what you guys hypothesized. And took the opportunity to profit from his find. His friends at the local pawn shop were suspicious of his unlikely treasure and called the police just to be sure it wasn't stolen, but she lost the ring and had already spent the money. Over the course of 5 months, Claire's bright and shining future was turned upside down. Love was crushed. Friends were lost. There was a fight, and it all started with the duel, the two. So there you have it. I'm not unhappy with that solution. You know, there's a little bit of coincidences going on. Sort of a coincidence of where she was found rather than a deliberate attempt to frame Ethan. I think that's okay in a world like this. Let me see the chat from our newly promoted detectives. To be fair, what eventually made me reconsider Ben was us trying to figure out whose car Amy could have, and it seemed like Ben's car was not part of the solution. I'm not sure I still understand. No, it was Ben's car. It was Ben's car they took out there, wasn't it? I believe that's what it said. That it was Ben's car that Amy and Ben decided to meet up. So Amy was brushing off Claire. Claire was brushing off Amy. Ben and I had plans to watch the fireworks from the dock. He picked me up in his car at the dorm. We drove along the lake. But when we got to the dock, there were already people there. So we found a more private location near the shanties. The weird part is, how does Claire find them? We weren't there more than 5 minutes before Claire showed up. How does Claire find them is the question. That's a little weird, right? But maybe Claire sees Ben's car on her way home and realizes he's going to the festival and tries to follow it. So I guess one of the main things that threw us, one of the main reasons that I insisted she had to have help is because somehow I didn't think she could get back to the dorm after she killed her. But she says I walked back up the road and got back to the dorm as fast as I could with my head down. So somehow she did manage to make that distance in 15 minutes. I'm not sure I believe she could have done that in 15 minutes. But I think the best answer to that is what Pink has given us right there. I'm okay with the idea that, hey, you can't trust a human timeline. It doesn't matter where the docks are, right? Well, I guess the docks could be anywhere here, but she says she dropped the body down in here where she drowned. So somehow she has to get from here to here in 15 minutes. But that's only if their human timeline is right. So maybe we just say what Pink says, which I think is reasonable, that you can't trust. It's hard to know in a game like this what you should accept, but why not have the humans be off, not be reliable at their time? They think she came at 6:40 and left at 7. Maybe she came at 7. The traffic cam is objective. That's right. All right. Well, let's have a 5-minute break and then come back and try to talk about this a little. I know you guys must be tired and want to get to sleep. If you have to leave early, that's fine. Otherwise, we're going to take a 5-minute break and I'll try to give some thoughts of my own here. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. You are watching Co-op for Two. We have finished playing The Duel by a company called Be the Detective. It took us 3 sessions, each session about 6 hours or so, a little bit more. This last session, 6 hours and 46 minutes. It's 5:46 a.m. Monday morning here. And let's check in with the thoughts from people who played along with us. Pink Drink says, my first time joining WoW, is it a blast? Jonathan says, overall, I think it's what Jesse said. He hoped it was a deluxe, extra long case, cold case game, high difficulty if you want to try to understand everything. Anna says it was a great case, very epic, dense documents, 3 parts, not just a big document dump, lots of good discussions about the case, not obvious even at the end. John says, a little unsure about whether it would feel worth it to debate about it as much as we did towards the end, but since we arrived at close to the actual solution, I think it turned out it was. Okay. My opinion is that this was quite a special game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a very hard time of thinking of another multi-part, long, epic, pure cold case game, which is what this was. We've played a couple multi-session hunt-a-killer style games, which feel much more like they're puzzle-based, with a little bit of documents and deduction. This one is a very particular sort of philosophy. This was really a pure cold case game. No expensive props, no gimmicks, just a large quantity of very dense, very compelling pieces of evidence. We had everything we like. We had maps, we had detailed interviews, we had the most detailed medical report we've ever had. We had lots of text messages, a good newspaper, which was filled with interesting little tidbits. The journal was long. We had some internet stuff, but didn't frustrate us, didn't make us crazy hunting around to Facebook pages. Just like really exactly, this is right what I want in terms of information to dig through and chew on, documents that we return to over and over again. Some documents had one use and they were done. Some we went back to and back to and back to. A very carefully crafted mystery that spanned a fairly wide period of time, which was fun. So in addition to sort of the quantity, the quality of the documents, it needs to be said here that the story was very adult as anything we've played. We've played some games that are like serial killers and sort of horror, but this one was very grounded in a real world. It felt very real. These people felt real, and they were dealing with very adult situations, and it was very well done, emotionally brutal. Like, we learned about all these people's lives, and it was heartbreaking to watch it crack and fall apart. It was very motivating to get justice and heartbreaking, and yet it's kept us on our toes throughout. Very well staged in terms of sort of... Jonathan was initially complaining about the pacing, and Anna too thought the pacing between episode 1 and 2 was a little odd. But actually, in retrospect, if you look at it, we had full long sessions for each episode, which had us focused on different things, different pieces of the puzzle. And as everyone has said, kept us guessing right up until the end. Like, it's exactly what you would want in like a TV show or a thing. Like at the end, we're like, okay, it's Amy. We got our main culprit. We got our hands around her neck. And yet, was it an accident? Was it premeditated? Who helped her? How could she have done it alone? What explains her behavior? And we worked hard to understand a big picture of the whole thing. I think you could absolutely complain about timeline stuff. You could complain about some evidence, but there were some coincidences, but you expect that in this game, that lured us to think, well, maybe it is Emily. Maybe it is George Jr. Maybe it is Ben. Lots of multiple possibilities for things that really rewarded us for thinking long and hard about stuff. And in the end, you know, half the group came up with essentially the right answer. And half of us, you know, got Amy part right, but were lured into thinking it was George. And we were all a little bit right. Like George was behind the scenes pulling strings. But those of you who thought, well, the tragedy is going to be that Ben was involved in it, were mostly right. I think you predicted that maybe Ben pushed her down. Actually, we're told that Ben left, and then Claire pushed Amy in anger, but then tried to revive her, so the CPR was right. Your intuition's about that. But then, even though Ben left, it gave us that little dig in the end when Claire confessed. She ends up saying, well, Ben asked me what happened. I lied, but he knew, and I knew he knew, and it was over. Like, that's real pathos. That's real tragedy, and written really well. And the game gave us essentially, was very generous in terms of epilogue story, right? I've talked about how the rewards for these games are the stories, and we essentially got two little stories. We got what you want in a game like this, which is Claire confessed, and it was sad. And then it gave us a second little wrap up. So, I mean, from my standpoint, worth every penny. Expensive, $85 for the 3 sets, but essentially we've got 3 full cold case games in one long, big, epic narrative, expertly told. So this is what I want. Like, of all the mystery games we play, this might be the most... I mean, I like the Sherlock Holmes Consulting too, but this is very dear to my heart, close to what I want. And very emotionally engaging. Okay, so let's talk, however, about the problems. I think I would say that all of the real problems, I guess I might like a little more, like, I don't like the fact that the timeline for her to get back seems implausible. But maybe you just chalk that up to humans reporting times wrong. But I guess you'd say there's 2 main complaints I would issue, and they're both fixable, easily fixable. The first complaint was almost entirely in episode 2. We had 2 pieces of evidence, a receipt from the popcorn and a receipt from the bar, that were totally out of context. We weren't told who they were for. We weren't told where they were gathered. We were just presented them. And I think the most reasonable thing to do in such a case is you just say, I don't know where this is from. If you find this in your file, you say, I can't use this. I have no context for this. I don't know who it belongs to. And the game seemed to want us to draw some conclusions about it that seemed completely unreasonable. The popcorn receipt, a little more reasonable. but the bar receipt seemed totally ridiculous. There were a couple of typos. I don't think any of them, one of them was like a year off, so that was completely, we knew that. I think there's a bug in the date of Butchie's pawn shop thing that has him a day off, and I think that wasn't intentional. So I didn't love that, and I definitely didn't love those two items that we weren't told where they were from, and I think that's easily fixed. You could simply say, this receipt was found inside Claire's pocket, and this receipt was collected from Butchie. That would have been better and cleaner. Or put one of their names on it, on the receipt, and have us be able to figure out who it belonged to by name. Otherwise, it wasn't useful. The bigger complaint, however, has to do with the question and answer on all 3 episodes. And mechanically, they were good. Like the fact that it asks you for your answer and then asks you to prove it. What piece of evidence proved it? I'm on record saying I really like that system. You can't just guess, you have to say which 3 items. And it actually made for some interesting discussion amongst us, deciding what's the right evidence. And in fact, some of the discussion for how to answer that went on for a long time, and we were generally right. Although, when it came to eliminating someone, that's where we got into a disagreement about the receipt. We disagreed with the game. And there was another problem there, which is when I tried to exonerate Emily, it seemed to implicate her and tell us why she's no good. And it seemed to suggest that she was lying about something. That was a little weird. But even in general, just forget about the answers to the question. The nature of the questions were bizarre. There was a question about what was her cause of death, and it was very oddly worded, and it was weird that the coroner didn't estimate time of death, and it was weird that it wanted us to say drowning. It seems like that would be the very first thing a coroner would try to address. The fact that the coroner didn't mention that was weird. So there were some very weird things about the question, and that happened on every episode. I think there's also a little weird thing about, I don't know if the desktop site is different, but in this one, when you go to answer, here's what you get when you go to the answer page. You get this. Who caused Claire's death? Here's the page you get when you go to episode 3, okay? Hint 1, hint 2, hint 3, request missing documents. Now, is this episode 2 or 3? Episode 3. Okay, so then it's a little reminder about the cipher. Ethan's login solution. Who killed Claire Fontaine? Spoiler alert. So this is what you see, at least on a tablet, if you go to answer it. Now, it's very odd that it seems like what you really should see is what you see when you click this little pipe hiding in the corner. You could imagine some groups could play this whole game and not even realize that you can click here, and when you click here, you get this whole interactive answering who did it and proving it. I wonder if that was made after, like as an afterthought, and really originally they just had this, and you just try to solve it, and when you're ready, you would read this. And here's the confession. And here's the recap. So I wonder if this part wasn't all an afterthought and written after the fact. Very interesting idea. I do like this way of proving your answers. I suppose these last questions weren't as bad as episode 1 and 2 questions were. They still seem weird. I'm not sure. It seems like maybe you could figure out better questions to ask. Like proving method of death was a very weird, bizarre question that was almost definitional. And then asking us for time of death was very weird as well, relying on the popcorn, but not the statement of the person who told us when she was buying popcorn. It was just the questions were weird. They were weird, and sort of another way to say it is we basically, when we hit those questions, this is a better way to say it. Jonathan's agreeing with me, but here's a better way to say it. We spent a lot of time discussing what happened in the case. When we got to the questions, that stopped, and we spent an hour trying to figure out what the game wanted from us. We weren't working on what happened anymore. We spent our whole discussion when playing the game figuring out what happened, and then we got to the questions, we came to a screeching halt and spent an hour trying to figure out what is the game really asking us? Not what happened, not what does the evidence show. We figured that out, we talked about that, but what weird thinking was the designer thinking when they phrased the question this weird way? And that was like a separate mini game. What is the secondary author thinking of when they came up with these questions? That was weird. It could have been done better. And in fact, this sort of is interesting from a game design perspective because I don't normally think too much about how hard is it to phrase questions. But I think that's probably more challenging than you'd think, especially for a multi-part game where you don't want to let on too much information when they solve it. You want to leave mysteries open. But minor quibbles for a great experience. And if it's true that the other game they make is getting ready to finalize with 3 episodes, we will be playing that together. This was a game that really was a group experience. I can't thank you all enough for joining me and helping and sticking with it. That's real stamina that everyone has displayed in the playing these games. I don't know how you guys do it, sitting here watching me decode something for a half hour, but boy, was it a pleasure to share the experience with you. Feels quite special. I feel quite lucky to be able to share the experience. Jonathan says, I don't have as many pros and cons as I usually do. During the playthrough, I was kind of feeling skeptical about how well constructed the mystery was going to feel. Jesse had more faith than I did, but his faith paid off. I do think it came through in the end. Yes, I do think I as well. I think it really did. It did pay off. They managed to sustain the quality and adding new documents. I kept thinking that each new episode was going to be like, it's going to be a throwaway. But we got 3 solid episodes. I had heard good things, so I was glad I played. Okay, so we'll be playing the next one. Hopefully they'll reply and tell me when the 3rd part of Adventure Park, Welcome to Adventure Park. And hopefully they are going to make their 3rd one alone because maybe, I'm ready to play more. I'm ready to play more. Okay, if you're watching this video after we filmed it live, if you've watched all 3 parts, please post your thoughts about the game afterwards in the comments to this YouTube video, or you can post on the Board Game Geek Guild section for this channel. What a game. All right, let me know if you want to join us for the next one. Pink, I hope you do manage to join us for the next one. Jonathan, as always, congratulations on your promotion. Anna and I both got demoted a little bit. That's all right. Those are the breaks. We'll get it next time. And Tina, great work. Everyone had observations here that were key. This was a group effort. Everyone in the channel picked up on some things that others didn't. And I guess that's another huge pro we should say for this game. There was some very subtle, clever stuff in here that you had to put together some pieces of different parts to make it all make sense. All right, I'll see you guys on the next video.